All right, we're back. So we took a quick lunch break again, and I want to thank Leslie Plays for stopping by earlier today and giving me the follow and the host. My first host, Pop My Cherry. Thank you very much, Leslie. You were gentle and very nice. I appreciate it. So today, let's see here for the afternoon. Now we've finished. Okay, so we this morning. Let's recap. Right, this morning we excuse me, get my headsets on here with my glasses. It tends to be a little pain in the butt. Hurts me. Hold on one moment, please. Long hair. All right. Better. How do girl gamers deal with this? You gotta like. I need tips. So, as you can see here, we have our development environment up. We've been mostly working on our build. This is Making Men Monday. I was at the start of the day. It was Making Men Music Monday, until I realized after the fact that OBS was not actually generally recording desktop audio. It seemed like every song it would go back to not recording, and I would have to touch the mixer a bit to get it to come back in. And focusing on both chat and the my train of thought with development, I didn't notice. So we're gonna try again another time. And obviously, it also means I can't put it up on YouTube or use it for highlights. But that was fine. I thought maybe we'll just dedicate Mondays to that, right? Um, Anywho, we're back and we're live and we're here for the rest of the afternoon. And so, to recap again, thank you. We we updated our build, which was getting really messy, and now it's doing what we want. We still have a few things to figure out. In fact, let's do an issue. We have a minor issue. Uh-oh. Hmm. Okay. See if Angela gave us anything in the meantime. Nope. Doop, doop, doop. Um, Kind of an enhancement. Nah. All right. This we ultimately have to figure out. So I just want to keep this is more just so I don't forget. This Angelo opened up, and hopefully he can help me with that. It's interesting because let's try this. Okay, what do we got in GitHub now? Nothing, right? So let's do this. One of the problems he's having is that if we go under source, and what is it? Hmm. What was I going to do again? Help me remember. Oh, right. Um, Anyways, the next task we're probably going to work on is doing some watches. Let me see how he does it on his. If we, my artist has a project too. And So what I'm doing is I'm just taking a peek at my buddy's um, build here. And oh, that's right. I have to go look at his other thing to get the plugins. Oh, there isn't a symbol. See, I should start using some of the. I should have looked here. Oh, he has a server thing. Okay. Okay, NodeMon. There we go. Let's NodeMon, shall we? Okay. So in order to add a, so we want to add a dependency to package, right? So we want to go npm install nodemon, and I don't think we even need anything for the watch, right? Because Gulp should handle that for us, I believe. So nodemon should be installed with G. Really, really, is that so important? I don't like global dependencies. If I can avoid it, we really don't want to make as many. We don't want to have any global dependencies we don't need. So if there's any way to run nodemon without that, it would be awesome. Okay, so this isn't even going to show stuff. That's what's really weird is this stopped showing. It used to just gray out stuff that was. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. Nodemon. Okay, it's in there. So now we load this package. We go to our gulp file. I could probably be using the module loader there just like he does, but we'll deal with that later. Nodemon equals require. Oops. Nodemon. Nodemon. To the Nodemon. Oh wait, man. What do we got? And the example we saw was right here. All right. Right. Sure. We'll pretend it's, that's not going to do anything, the development environment thing. But let's see what happens now. Okay. So it's probably a directory file thing. We probably have to run relative to something else. Well, let's look at the documentation for NodeMon too. Let's try this. Do it. Um, what is it? Localhost and 3000, right? So that should be fine. Okay. Where are we? Ears hurting me a little bit. Hmm. Let's try this. Oh, another problem. Try this first. Ah, okay. There you go. That's what it is. Oh, okay. So that's the problem. Hmm. Okay, very good. That is indeed. So we've confirmed the issue. We just need to figure out what the configuration are. Um, See, the problem with gulp no man, how do I change the directory I want to run from? Let's see if we can figure this out something from NodeEMV. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, so we do need, I think we're going to need something like this. Let's see, there's got to be a way to restart it from a different directory, right? There's got to be a way to do this. So there's no way to do this. There's no way to run nodemon without you. I mean, all right, you know what? Let's not argue with it. Let's just do this. Screw it. What we will do is instead of function, we will do, we'll have to do shell task. Which is, again, not really ideal, but it's also not that big of a freaking deal either. Oh, you know, shell task probably has a, all right. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so this is what we do. In order to do this, we're going to, we run, okay, where are we? We're running a task. And we are giving it a CWD of server. And we're running oops. Hmm. Not so bad, right? That's not too bad. There you go. Okay, fair enough. Okay. So let's try that. Okay, so that's not working. What did we do wrong with the CWD? Let's look at the documentation. I must have got the thing wrong here. Oh, wait a minute. I had gulp shell here. Let's put it back with my other documentation. Okay. So templates, that's actually kind of interesting. I don't think I have a use for that at the moment, but that actually is kind of interesting. All right. It is CWD, right? Directory change to var. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, shell task. There's the task I'm sending. Node module bin. The current working directory is server. And that is true. Let's try this maybe. I don't know. Oh, working directory change to. Okay. Hmm. Oops. I'm just looking. Okay, that's what it is. Stir name. Try that. Okay, let's try this. Oh, okay. That's easy enough. Dir. I think we got it now. You're just joining us. We're setting up watch tasks. We're setting up a server and watch tasks and such. Oops. Hmm. I don't get it. I really don't get it. The shell. I mean, this says that it should do that. It's just simply ignoring the. Just doesn't care. Um, it's a string. Sets the current working directory for the command. How could that be wrong then? Explain to me what's wrong with that. Can somebody tell me what's wrong with that? I doubt it, because I don't think there is anything. Let's see here. Try this. Can we do process stuff? No. Hmm. All right. You know what? Screw it. We're doing this. We're going about this the wrong way, because we're going the hard way around the mountain here. Why? What am I doing wrong here? There you go. Okay. Let's try this. I must have had it in the wrong brace. Oh, that should break. Good. Okay, I figured it out. All right. So now we got to configure it to watch specific stuff, right? That's what we're going to do next. One thing we want to check, right? We want to see if we can I wanted to see if I can give okay. So we don't really even. Yeah, wait a minute. I mean, this is one we're running in the background, like so. Nodemon. Yeah, that's what I would think. All right. You know what we'll do? We'll leave this the way it is, and then we're gonna do this. Right. If there's anyone watching, if there's someone lurking, if you're curious why I'm doing this. So I'm creating one to start in the foreground when I want to kind of test and look at the logs, and one when I want to start in the background because I just want an instance up so I can run tests and stuff. And I'm going to figure out how to worry about killing it. I'll probably spawn a bunch of node instances, but I don't care about killing them manually for now. So the idea here is I want to be able to spawn one in the background, run my tests, and have the test finish without, you know, the taking over the foreground process. So first of all, we usually have to get a, wait a minute, that's not right. What was it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Because it's the pipe. It's actually the way in. Didn't seem right to me. Anyways, this is an old trick. What we're saying here is just run this in the background. I'll show you the difference. We'll try it. I'll show you on the. Hey, what's going up, Zordlocks? Good to see you, man. Or Woman, as it were. We're building a puzzle game, and today is kind of just a make and mend, and so I'm cleaning up my build here, and we're doing some administrative trivia, so to speak. And so, and I'm just trying to get my node server, going here. So if we do, this is our node mon, right? So if we do this, oh, well, that runs from the wrong thing. But let's try it. Actually, I'm going to try it because it should work. Start BG, right? Well, let's try start. We just did that one. Make sure it still works. We start in the foreground. Excellent. Very good. And BG. Hey, it didn't work. Oh, my hair is floppy. Yeah, it's funny. I went swimming in this reservoir last night with some friends, and I swear to God, it was like it's like soft water or something. But my hair is like freaking gorgeous today. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's something about the water. I've always felt better with long hair. I'm kind of a non-traditional masculine ideal here, I guess. Um, so why didn't that work? That's interesting because let's make sure we got no node processes running in the background. Oops. What did I do there? Yeah, there we go. Wait a minute. What the heck? Oh yeah, wait a minute. I'm an idiot. Okay. So we're not running any. What languages do I know? Programming language wise, right now we're working in JavaScript. Most of this is JavaScript. What I've been a developer for about 15 years. Most of my experience is with Java, then C, C++. Um, I've used a lot of Perl, a lot of Ruby, Python, fair amount of JavaScript. Let's see, what else? Oh, I really like Haskell. Haskell's like my favorite language these days. That's like kind of what I use to, that's what I study in, I guess I would say. It's a really, really neat language. I can mess around with Lisp if I understand Lisp. I know the syntax of just about mostly. I mean, COBOL and, Prolog, I don't think I've worked in significantly. I've seen them, but I wouldn't be able to I can pretty much get up to speed with anything in real time. Like I haven't used any of these libraries or anything. We're figuring it out as we go along. So these are tutorial streams. And it's all going up on YouTube, by the way, too, the past stuff. So, yeah, I do know a little C sharp. I mean, syntactically, it's similar to, it's syntactically similar to Java, but got a little more. It's somewhere between Java and JavaScript in my mind, syntactically. But yeah, I've used it mostly in terms of Unity. And years ago, like one of my first programming gigs, I did some .NET ASP stuff, but that was like literally like 2001, 2000, 2001, something like that. I'm a Unix guy. I pretty much most of my career is spent doing big iron back-end Unix stuff like transaction processing for banks and document management, huge big document management search systems and silo systems for like legal document processing, stuff like that. Wicked boring. There's no way to make it interesting. That's why that's why I'm building a game. It's a little more interesting, a little more fun to work on, right? No one wants to read, hear about transaction processing systems, least of all me. So what I'm trying to do right now is I figured I would just create another copy of this command. And you see here, and I should, this no-hup um, nodemon server, and then I'm piping the, that should work. I don't get what the problem is. I know the syntax, the bash syntax is right. Let's try this. Right? Bam, that works. I will probably do some stuff in Unity and C Sharp as well. Because again, I'm not familiar. I'm super familiar with. It's been a while, so. Um, oh, there was no. Oh, here we go. See, that worked perfect. See, why didn't that work in the? That's what it's supposed to do. You get what I did there? See, now it's running in the background, and if I can go, even though I don't have it in the foreground, I could do something like this. Let's see if it's running. Yeah, bam. Okay, good. Love it when it works, right? It's okay. So now, if we want to kill it, though, see, here's the problem. Bam. Okay. Yeah. So there's my node mon. There's my node mon, and then the server. So let's. The way you take care of this, if you want to get rid of these, is you got to kill them by process number, process ID. Okay, very good. Oh, hey, how are you still there? There we go. Application, wait a minute, what do I see here? Oh, Adam, yeah, Adam is a node. That's interesting. I got a challenge for if you want to accept it. I have talked to other coders about it, and they were clueless. I'm sure you're way more experienced though. Well, I'm absolutely up for your challenge. Let's see if I can deliver. If not, hopefully I can at least lead in the right direction. I accept your challenge, sir. So, Let's try this again then. Did I? Oh, I know what I did wrong. I bet. I probably didn't do the CWD thing. No, that's right. Let's look very closely. I'm apt to make spelling and syntax errors all the time. That looks right to me. I'm gonna try this again though. Have you ever heard of a game called Trove? No, I haven't, but I'm gonna check it out right now. Oh, a voxel MMO. I have. Now you mention it. I'm sorry. You know what? I've checked it out. I bet with a friend and tried to make a bot to automate a process of it. Like, oh, that's interesting. It looks like an interesting game to me. Is it Windows only though? Because keep in mind, I'm a pleb here with my MacBook is all I got. But I could probably lead you in the right direction. Do they have a? Is it like moddable? I saw it on Steam. I mean, I poked around and saw it on Steam, and I thought it was actually kind of a neat deal. I love voxel engines. I think that's kind of, and I like the idea of a multiple scale voxel engine too. I think that's a great idea, and it actually ties into some of the ideas that we're gonna try to explore with this puzzle game. Um, I bet with a friend to try to make a bot. So what's the process you're trying to automate? Because there's a couple options. I mean, you could always automate the GUI to just interact with the game. There's testing frameworks, for example. I can think of a few. We've done this with Java where you just record what you're doing over a browser. You know what I mean? And you could probably do the same exact thing with a game, but it would be resolution dependent. I mean, it wouldn't be a universal solution, but it would work on a specific machine, you know? Um, but I'd have to look into it a little bit more. I'm like, I find it interesting here. One sec. Let me see if I can, let me pull it down here on screen. Excuse me. Um, Pax Prime. How about Pax, huh? Oh, yes, certainly. That's easy enough. Yeah, okay. The time of when the fishing, yeah, so is the timer changes, right? So it's like a fishing monitor. That's, is there a particular sound that gets played? I mean, is there any sort of indication? I mean, the problem is like you got to pick up something from within the UI. You can automate the button presses without much problem, right? That's easy. It's though if the game doesn't give you a programmatic API to hear, get a callback or something when the fish is on the hook, you're gonna have to either use like image like OpenCV to like look at the video and look for the visual indications of it happening. Yeah, there's an animation. Okay, this is non-trivial, but if you were asking me how I would do this, um, like without an API, provided if they gave you an API, it's a trivial thing. It's like a 5-minute script, right? But if there's no API to do it, then you have no choice but to interact through the mouse buttons, click, keyboard, and then have a program analyze the actual image of the screen frame by frame, looking for the visual indications. Now, there's a library called OpenCV. It's a C library, and it's for computer vision. It's specifically for this, which is for identifying feature detection in video and images. I've used it actually for like when I worked at the legal services business doing search. We did some prototypes for like finding here's a logo, find me all the documents that have it stamped on it in different places, in different sizes, in different colors, right? Like that kind of stuff. OpenCV does that, and in theory, there's no reason you probably couldn't train a neural net to, analyze the features coming from OpenCV, and then very difficult, very, very difficult. If you have, again, this is what I want to qualify this, because if it's a question of analyzing the video coming back from the screen, like that's a non-trivial problem. It's doable, but it's non-pro. It's you got to train an AI to do it. You got to develop an AI, train it, and then have it interact with OpenCV to get the features that it can use as the input to train it. You would need to experiment and play around with it to figure out exactly. But if the animation is the same every time and it's very clearly obvious, as in there's one frame where you can see a very clear icon, it should not be very hard because you can train it with examples of the icon to look for that. And from its point of view, it's looking at a bunch of still images. I mean, even if it's coming 60 frames per second, that's super slow for it. It just sees individual images, right? So if as long as there's something highly recognizable with clear edges, clear boundaries of the specific color, a specific logo, what are you going to look for, right? But by auto hotkey, I mean, I assume that's some sort of bot for hitting keys. But it's the feature detection that's hard. I mean, if there's an API for doing it automatically, then it's easy. But I doubt that they would do that, right? The only other thing you could do would probably be to just kind of statistically watch how often it is and figure out what the range is and how random. I mean, you could record a whole bunch of them and then figure out what the range is and then create one that would more than often than not be in that range. And even though even most wouldn't succeed, enough would succeed over time that it would, ultimately be worth doing, I guess, even if it wasn't entirely efficient and worked perfectly every time. That's the other option, right? But, oh, hold on. I apologize. I'm just getting a ping here. Um, my sister is stopping by. I may have to actually. Oh, hey, look, we've got a few more viewers here. Hi, I want to welcome everyone. We're building a game, and I was just answering some questions here for Zordlox, who was asking some interesting questions about how to, script something potentially in this game, which I thought was a very interesting question. Um, if it's always between 30 and 35 seconds, then yeah, that's pretty easy because, that's a small window and you can say, do it at 32.5 seconds every time and, you're probably you're statistically likely to get half of them, right? I would imagine approximately you'd have to verify that. And if that's efficient enough, then since it's a bot and you're supposed to be running it like forever, I assume in the background, that'll probably work. And that gets you out of doing all the feature detection and all of the real, actual artificial intelligence required to understand a game interface visually. But it's possible. It's doable. I've seen plenty of papers that do it. Like I've read, academic papers that do exactly that. I mean, it depends on the context though. It's very specific to the game, very specific to that kind of stuff. That would be a fun project someday to make to make exactly that, except then you might as well extend it to play the game itself, If it can do, the thing is, if it could do that phishing thing, then it could do a whole bunch of other stuff by just training the same thing over and over again for different situations. That's the beauty of it. In theory. In theory. Yeah, that's what I would do. The easy way to do it, I think, again, oh, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, again, I'd have to look into it. It's if it's just a question of hit a certain key, wait 32.5 seconds later, and then, do another sequence and hope it's there, that seems pretty easy to me. I don't think it would, it sounds like a few hours of playing around with it. I'd have to see what the API is like, and I don't like like I said, the process of automating those clicks. The only way I've really context I've done something like I haven't ever really written any bots for games or anything. The only context I've used that in is like client server testing for browser-based applications. Like if a big complicated web app we have, you have to automate, a whole bunch of stuff. And so there's great frameworks for doing that with Java, and I assume there's stuff in the JavaScript world as well. Yeah, he did it in C#, but he didn't give you the code. Oh, well, if he could give you the code, that's like I said, it doesn't sound like it's that bad. He probably has exactly the system he needs, which is automating keys. If it's Windows only, too, I assume you're talking about Windows. Keep in mind I'm on Mac and Unix. But if it's on Windows, I suspect it's actually probably really easy. There's ways to do that. Tons of well-supported ways to do that. Off the top of my head, I can't really tell you, but you sound like you're exactly on the right frame of like you're on the right track. If you know about what time it is and it's a fairly short window compared to the overall time, then you have a pretty specific spot to look for, to try to to aim for. And even if all of them don't hit, enough of them should. That would be my guess. And it sounds like that's what he's probably doing if it's a simple C# script. I think that's the best I can answer your question for now. And I'm sorry if that's not exactly what you were looking for, but I hope I answered it better than, it sounded like you didn't get very adequate answers before, so I hope I answered it at least a little better than. So, I'm trying to figure out why my background one doesn't work. I'm gonna try this one more time. Let's go up here. Hmm. Oh, I get it. You know what the problem is? Oh well, thank you for your follow, man. I really I really appreciate it. It's not if I get a follow once a day, I'm actually really psyched, and I do appreciate everyone who comes in and says hi. It makes it totally worth. This is why I'm doing it. You know. Oh, cool. I really appreciate it, Zordlox. You know what? In fact, I'm gonna get if you're streaming, I'll give you a follow right now, man, and I will catch up with you soon. Oh yeah, I like your logo too. I like your logo a lot. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I'm going to be here every day. I mean, I have a commitment for long-term commitment to be here every day, 10 to 5, with some breaks on the East, EST. And I have a few regular users that have popped in so far. I know I don't have a lot of follows, but just starting out. After I get some kit, I'm going to start doing some games too. I mean, we'll start doing some more esoteric indie type games. I'm going to do those on the weekends and nights as I can. I try I'm doing Starbound lately, but it just my machine doesn't seem to be able to do it and stream without dropping frames. So, but I'm gonna get like an external one for now, and then eventually get an external capture, and then one of those Elgato HD60s or whatever, and then get a because I think I have a little delay on my audio. I don't know if you guys can tell me if I have a slight delay on my audio in the video, but I would assume there is coming from the laptop, and if so, I apologize. We'll fix that as soon as possible. But and thanks for coming in and asking questions. Part of this, I mean, I want to work on coding and stuff, obviously, and be productive. But at the same time, the whole purpose of this is to network and to meet people and to answer questions. And I do have a lot of experience with a lot of different stuff, and some hopefully I can be of assistance as well as get some work done. I'm not in a huge productivity rush. I don't have anyone with a whip over me. Like I'm not getting paid or anything. I'm not charging by the hour or anything. So I can do what I want the way I want. Again, so the problem is I can run the command in the background, but I believe that it's waiting for the server to send its um, signal that it's over, and that's not happening. So because it's in the background process. Right? I'm a little confused as to what the idiomatic way to do this in Node is. A little confused as to what the exact way to do this, but so far so good. This is good enough. Right, let's do this. I want to just try one quick thing. We'll do the same thing. We'll go start. That'll start our server. We can always just do it this way, and then just do gulp test server, just to make sure that works. There we go. Okay. He used some sort of color detection system that recognizes the bobber. Yeah, see, that's very similar to what I was thinking. Um, if there's a very if it's going to be like, for example, maybe it's always within like a certain reference and it's always a blue background, which means that the red bobber is highly easy to pick up because then he's just looking for a sequence of pixels that are within a certain range. That's another simple, easy, that's another much simpler heuristic than I was thinking out with OpenCV. OpenCV is a much more sophisticated way of giving you a whole framework of doing similar things like that, including boundary detection, feature detection, facial. It'll automatically do facial detection, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, and when it moves, it automatically presses the F key. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think that sounds too hard, but it sounds like it makes a lot of assumptions that are specific to resolution, layout, stuff like that. Um, it probably depends on the interface a fair amount too, like how whether if I know for instance in Warcraft, like you click on the water, right? Where if you think of World of Warcraft fishing, you click on the water and you don't have control over where it lands. It goes in a fairly random place, and I suspect they did that to prevent bots from just like what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Make it a little harder. But it sounds like totally possible for the game you're suggesting. Um, the specific language you do it in isn't so as important as whatever It's the underlying library that does the clicks and stuff is what will determine how you code it and what language and yada yada. But yeah, C sharp I would imagine is easy enough to easy enough to do. It sounds like you got a pretty good clue. If I could see, if you could point me actually to a like a short video of someone doing it online or a spot in a video where someone's doing it, so I can see what it looks like, it'd probably make a little bit more sense to me. But yeah, I think you're on the exactly on the right track. Mm. Facebook notifications. Okay. So we refactored our bills, and we were the last thing we were going to. The next thing we were going to do is add a watch here to go back to the, the subject here. Do you know what a pointer system is? I looked online for tips on fishing bot, and they're talking about pointers. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, feel free if you want to PM me or whatever with a link. I'll take a look at it and let you know. See, what I'm saying is, well, let's see here. A pointer system. I assume what you're talking about is pointers in, the programmatic sense, like from C and C++. In which case, it's a specifically a direct memory access. It's an offset, a memory offset, right? It's an integer number that points to a specific location in memory. The thing is, it's entirely opaque, right? It leads to a class of errors that are really common in C++ programming. I mean, there are good libraries in C++ to prevent this kind of stuff from happening. So, but with C, you have to do it yourself specifically. There are good libraries in C as well, obviously. Um, so pointers, the problem is again, pointers are opaque. They're literally just an integer number that points to an address and location. So there's no type information. There's no, there's no, it's a very low level way to work. It's great for when you're doing things like low level, like data structures, like linked lists and hashes or whatever you're implementing. You need that low level access, and pointers can make things very efficient. The problem is if you make a mistake, you can literally just overwrite arbitrary, because again, it's going to let you do whatever you want. You can literally overwrite arbitrary anywhere in your process space. Which can cause all sorts of crazy stuff to happen, and that's why it's considered kind of a hard class of no, yeah, I mean, I won't watch it all, but if you know approximately how far in or where, there's someone, I'm sure that there's playthroughs, right, for this, and I can find someone showing fishing on it or something like that. Um, but yeah. So pointers are, yeah, it's one of those things that I don't find my memory management. I mean, it's the essential topic here is memory management, and pointers allow direct access to memory, which gives you the more than enough rope to hang yourself here, so to speak. Generally, what I will do is, usually what the problem is you create an object and pass it to something outside, and then get rid of the original, and you get these situations where you have these crazy links or circular links and circular references, etc. Um, oh, there we go. Let's see here. I'm just pulling this up off screen for a moment. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's actually a lot easier than that looks a lot simpler than I expected. There's very discrete bounds. There's very clear, it's very clear. That looks pretty easy. Yeah, I'm watching. I see exactly what you mean. So, yeah, absolutely. Okay, that looks pretty easy. So what it looks like he's doing is what I assume he is doing is he is narrowing down the query space, so to speak, or the problem space down to a small area that's in a basically crop out a small thing in the center. It's somewhere in there. Go line by line by line and by line until you hit the color that you're looking for, and then when you hit that color, wait for it to change. As long as once it starts changing, you can look at the rate of change. Say once it starts changing above a certain rate, if you want to do a little calculus, then um, assume it's there, or you could just look in absolute terms when it changes a different color. You don't have to do the rate of change, but the rate of change will let you notice it's changing a little bit, quite much, a little more responsively, right? Um, you don't have to wait to it to have changed. In the context of a video game where we're going 30 to 60 frames a second, it probably doesn't matter now that I think you don't even bother with the calculus. But yeah, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and he sounds like he's doing it exactly the way I would expect, and he's probably just doing a screen capture, doing a crop, based on percentage. Say, give me the middle 10%, and then line by line until scan line by line until you get to it. So you're not scanning a ton of stuff because you don't need to scan the whole thing, right? But you don't want it to be too small because then you might miss it. But and that's what I would imagine he's doing. And I don't see how it wouldn't run that. So every few, it's getting those. How long it take a professional coder to make it? Again, so it's not so much professional coder. I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily. I mean, it depends on how sophisticated it is. I'd really like to hear it. It's too bad he doesn't have his code because I would really love to check it out. We could go over it, and I'm sure I could explain it even if it was C sharp. I can follow along well enough to understand what's going on. I hired someone. I'm not sure how much to pay him. Yeah, it's that's tough. What I would recommend though is if you're really serious and you really need it and you really want it, there are I know sites out there where you can basically put jobs up and say I need this. What are you willing? What bid me? You know what I mean? And then people will say, I could do it for $200, or yeah, I could whip that out for $150 and make it worth my while. So people will basically bid for the lowest job, and then you pick the one you want. Now, and again, there's usually a review system. I can't think of off the top of my head how to find this, but I'll ask Angelo, my or Tony, my artist for this game, and we'll I know he knows some of those. I think he gets some gigs off of that. But it's tough. I mean, hiring coders is tough. I mean, I've like I said, I got about 15 years experience, and I've worked in some really competitive environments in big markets, and even in the most competitive and biggest markets, it's about half the people you work with don't really know what they're doing. It's kind of, I mean, it's just kind of the nature of the beast. A lot of people, because the people who hire people don't understand any. I mean, and this is all, you know, magic to a lot of the people that are making the decisions. So it's very easy for someone who doesn't quite get it to get pulled in. And hopefully, if it's a really good studio or a really good development shop, the better coders will quickly pull those guys up to their level, and it works well. But yeah, freelance again. Unless it's someone I know specifically, I'm terrible about that stuff. That's why I'm doing this casting and working on my own game. I'm really bad at hitting other people's deadlines or caring about other people's stuff. So I'm going to work on my own stuff. Otherwise I would offer to do it for you, except that I know I wouldn't get it done. I just I'd be happy to bid you, but I don't think I'd do it. And besides, I'm not, if it's against their terms I somehow have a feeling this is also against their terms of services. So I'd kind of be helping you, like, break without as a developer, you know, writing code to break someone else's code is kind of like, you know, I think twice about it. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things. But again, if it's not against the terms of services, like when I plan on making I have other games beyond this puzzle game, and I want to make them so that everything can be scripted, like literally everything that can be interacted with. You don't have to do stuff like that. There will be an API for every little goddamn thing, so everyone can script everything, and I'm going to just make that part of the game. Making bots and using bots as part of, the whole thing instead of getting rid of them, or trying to prevent them or outban them and find them and detect them and all of that energy. It's just like, why not just built it into the assumption of the game, right? Oh, I'm going to hold on one moment. Zordlox and anyone else who happens to be out there, I'm going to pause for about 5 minutes here, and I'll be right back. I have some family just showed up, so if you don't mind, I'm just going to pause, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. But thank you very much for your questions, and I will be right back. Hang in there. How's it going? Hey, no worries. Don't mind me. I'm just going to jump back in here. I don't want to lose it. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, it's one of those gray areas. And again, as the hacker in me loves the idea, loves the project. I mean, it is an interesting project. It's the way you need to do what you need to do makes it really interesting. But the other side of me, like the 38-year-old professional programmer in me says, yeah, it's against the term of services. It should, I can't really spend my time and energy doing something like that. But yeah, 5 days doing it, that probably wouldn't be unreasonable, to be perfectly honest. Depending on, because you're going to have trouble, you're going to have to troubleshoot. You got to get your environment set up. You got to make sure you know your compiler. I mean, if you're really familiar with the environment and the libraries, and you have previous experience with them, you could probably bang it out faster than that, like a day or two. But I would expect like a week of work for something like that wouldn't be unreasonable. I think personally, if you asked me to do it, but all right. So we're starting our server. The only other thing we need now. So now I was going to add some watches. All right. Let's try this out. I haven't used the watch functionality in this, so. And if you're not familiar, the point here is to just watch certain files, um, and then restart stuff automatically. It's supposed to. Oh, I totally misunderstood you. Yes. Okay. So yeah. So yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I would definitely hit the forums and say, hey, you're making it. You're making it. It would take less time to potentially write a bot to do this than it would to actually do it. In which case, there seems like there's a pretty strong balance issue there, right? Certainly. I mean, is it a production release, or is it still, you know, if it's beta, I would expect it to change. I mean, if it's, and I thought it was an early release, release candidate. I was running into the same. I mean, like Starbound, the last patch, or up until the last patch, for example, Starbound was really, really stingy with the ore. It made it particularly challenging. I mean, and they recently updated, and it's like got like 5 to 10 times more now. All of a sudden, the Pleasant Giraffe. So again, I wouldn't be too worried about it, especially if you see it popping up in the forums a lot, because I suspect that if it's pissing you off, it's pissing off a lot of people. If you're at the point where you want to make a bot for it, that's why again I'm sympathetic, because I feel like a lot of times that if there's an if there you if people are making bots, they're responding to something, a choice you made in your design. You know what I mean? I see. I see. Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's a gray area. But it sounds like you really like this game. And excuse me for eating while I discuss it, but it sounds like you at least you really like the game. I can't endorse, but I mean, as a developer who's streaming on Twitch and public, I have to say I can't necessarily condone writing stuff to break the terms of service specifically. But I get where you're coming from, and I'm highly sympathetic, and I actually really like the idea. Sorry, guys. Sorry to the Trove developers. I don't. Again, I don't. I can't really condone it, but I find it really interesting. Excuse me. Publicly, I suppose. But it's like it's like one of those. It's like popcorn time. I mean, it's the same kind of gray area. If you have a kid, it's really hard to exist without popcorn time. But at the same time, it's not really something you can endorse. And virtually every parent I know uses it, but not me, of course. My kid, all he does is play Minecraft, anyways. So we've got our build, and now we would have to add a watch. Okay, I want to do this just to close all this off. That'll be like a good portion of our makeshift Mondays, um, the stuff we wanted to do. So we want to ignore restartable. Oh, okay. Here's an example of a contrived nodemon JSON file. Yeah, it also supports coffee scripts. That's great. Manual restarting. I don't get this. Oh, because it's assuming a Ruby. Yeah. Hey, we got a few more people in there I see lurking around. Welcome. We're this is Makeshift Monday. I'm developing a puzzle game. Um, we're doing a demo first, so it's basically going to be HTML5 type thing. Oh, I could take a peek at it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to shoot me, point me to a gist or point me at like a GitHub or something like that, um, I'd be happy to take a peek at it. No problem. No problem, man. I can't guarantee. I mean, with all disclaimers, I can't guarantee. But I can probably help you out. I do have a fair amount of experience. Specify extensions watch list. I see. This is actually pretty easy then, because I know which file types I really want to watch. Right? We care about TS, and this makes it easy. Yeah, go right ahead, man. I'll take a peek. Then thank you for swinging by. I mean, it's the least I can do. You want to come out and hang out in my channel? I'm more than happy to help you out if I can. I haven't even seen auto hotkey. Again, like I said, bots isn't, game bots isn't really my area of expertise per se. Bots in general. I mean, I'm into autonomous agents for the, in terms of game AI and stuff like that. I'm very into the theory of agent-oriented programming, so to speak, but I haven't really done any bots. I can take a peek. Auto hotkey. Let's see. Let's see what this thing is first of all, right? There we go. Oh, it's got it for Mac and Windows. That's pretty cool. Ooh, what? Okay, so it's cool. It looks like it's using a like what I would call it a DSL, like a domain-specific language, uh, um, which is like what Haskell and Lisp and most functional programs are all about. You write your own program in the program, your programming language, so to speak, in the program. um, This looks pretty cool. I haven't played with it. Let me take a look here. Define hotkeys for the mouse and keyboard, remap keys, and autocorrect like replacements. Create standard graphical user interface with controls for entry and presentation data. Yeah, this looks a lot like what I've used for enterprise type testing, integration testing, that kind of stuff, or end-to-end testing. Where is the, let's see here. So since return, what does this do? See the tutorials. Okay. Sending keystrokes. Ah, there you go. Yeah. I mean, the other thing I would tell you is that is if you're doing it the simple way that I was just discussing, it's going to be wicked easy for anyone who has server access to figure out what you're doing. I mean, I wouldn't expect to go do it forever, but okay. So you run the code like I'll take a peek at the code. If you do you have a GitHub? The best way to do this, I would suggest, it is if you're going to collaborate, the best way to do this is to get a GitHub account if you don't have one. Create a public repository if you don't mind it being public, and then post it up there, because then you get the whole infrastructure of GitHub, which is great, in terms of tracking and communicating and collaborating. I highly recommend it. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by activate per se. But okay, this is pretty easy. Like, look, we're hitting running programs and websites. So we run a program, and then, yeah, you're going to click on a specific area. This looks, I mean, straightforward. When it comes to the key, doing the key stuff, that's easy. Let's see if they have any like, it's reading the screen. On Windows, I'm not exactly sure how to do it. On Cocoa, I think it's pretty easy. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's easy to do in Cocoa. I haven't really. It's been a while. I have done some C, Objective C and Mac programming, but basically there's going to be two different ways. Actually, you know the way to do it. I know the way to do it. No, that's not it. That's not it. Hmm. Yeah, pastebin's fine too. Whatever, man. I'm the auto key thing makes sense to me. It's just I don't know how he's actually, how he's doing the screen. Oh, wait a minute. Screen management. Look at that. Image search. Oh, it's looking for images in a directory. Search, no, regions of the screen. Oh, image file, the output file it's going to go to. Okay. Yeah, Cocoa, like the Mac window API, the low level Mac API, the system API they present is usually called Cocoa, I think. Um, as opposed to their older one. I mean, it doesn't. It's actually I'm kind of showing my age in that there isn't multiple options now, so it doesn't get spoken of as much. Um, so this looks pretty easy. What he's doing, it looks like you can run this. This will create an image file. Then you can look at the image file, analyze the image file pretty easily for the Bob. I don't think it's too bad. It looks like you can do most of it in this using this framework. It looks like it's got everything you need. So, and then here we go, get color, pixel get color. Bam, look at that. So you get how to do this now? Okay, yeah, I think it comes together right here. It looks like you can do everything you need right here with this library, because between the you have the keyboard clicking, which I think is, do you need mouse or keyboard clicking? Probably both, but either way, I suspect that right where is it? Mouse and keyboard, yeah, right. Looks like it's pretty easy. You're just gonna give it coordinates. And so you could pretty much figure it out, just do the math and figure out where the coordinates should be and play around a little bit. And then likewise, after you get that image, you can get pixel get color, and it looks like, oh, see, it doesn't even need to. Again, if you, yeah, I mean, the only real work here is figuring out where you're going to look for where you're going, because you don't want to do, I don't know if you want to do this over the entire screen because you're going to get, you know, false positives and stuff. But so you're going to want to limit it to the center of the screen, and just making that little constraint is really all that the coding required. The rest of this the library can handle. Looks like. So if you're going to do it yourself, that's it looks like this will do it for you. And I mean, actually, I'm going to download this and play with this because I could use this for testing. I mean, I don't have to use it for bots. Where are we? Auto hotkey. Wait, go back there. Hey, what happened there? There we go. Oh, why are you giving me an exe? I thought this was for Mac and stuff. I thought it was Mac compatible too. Oh well. Yeah, no man, no problem, man. I'll be around. I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna see if I get back to what I was working on. And I'll be here though. I'm happy to discuss this again. I'm happy to help you out if I can. So we have our start. There's no point in this. That's fine. Um, let's go back to our documentation for NodeMon. Oh, I know. We have gulp NodeMon. Let's oh, I get it. I get it. And what was I going to do? I was going to go by server by. I was going to go by file type. There you go. Okay, so um, the file types we want are okay, excellent. So my own list is going to be Shash, and TS. So let's try this. We'll go gulp, start. Okay. Whoops. We were working. Where am I in the wrong directory? I feel no. This was just working. Do this again. Hmm. It was working. All right, let's try this manually again. I don't know why this isn't working, but oh, it is doing it still. Okay. Well, this was working before. All right. Yeah, the problem is that the problem is the files. We have a multi-file. We have a kind of a complex project thing here. You know what we're gonna do is hmm. Screw it. We're gonna skip the we're gonna skip this. Son of a gun. All right, you know what? Oops. Okay, fair enough. So this should work. I don't get it. Oh, I know. Duh. You know why? I bet you there's a background. There's one running in the background. Yep. So it did work. Okay, that's really good. Okay, so it does fire off in the background as I suspected. It's just that it doesn't ever return, and I got to remember to kill these when I screw this up. So again, I didn't need to get rid of that. NodeMon was actually working. Didn't need to get rid of that, but I don't really care about NodeMon anymore. We're gonna go do some interesting stuff. I think instead of just keep working on all this build stuff because I'm getting a little tired. Okay. All right, there we go. We're good. Oh, that's this in the background, right? Killed it. Oh, that was the problem. We got a few more people here. Thanks for joining us. Again, we're developing a puzzle game, and I've been mostly trying to get my build and my infrastructure squared away. This is Make and Mend Monday. I'm also answering questions if you have general general development, technological questions. I'm happy to answer them to the best of my ability. So we have Zordlax here was asking some questions about some screen automation stuff. It was some interesting questions. So again, feel free to chime in. All right. So now we should be fine, right? Bam, we're here. And now if we go to our demo, and just make sure this still works. There we go. Okay. So again, this is a Pixie.js. Okay, this is a Pixie.js screen, and I actually need to update the CSS to align that. Hey, in fact, is Tony here? Can I ask him a question? So what I want to do here, I need the Sass for 1 sec here. I redid the build here. This is what we've been doing all day, is refactoring the build a bit.
Gotcha.
The build sequence is more complex right now because you got to do this you got to basically do clean, compile, assemble, test in an end.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I'll show you. There's a whole bunch of it's actually watch the video and it'll explain everything. Hold on 1 sec here. So what I want to figure out here though is I moved client under source, and now what I'm doing, copying under build, linking client to build, so that the server, I couldn't figure out how to configure the server to point to an arbitrary route for the static HTML and stuff that all that generated.
Yep.
But I didn't want to generate under client because I was if the build breaks, it just borks all over everything, right?
Yep.
You know, and you don't want that in the source tree. So I copied it over, and the right thing to do would be to configure dig down into the guts of loopback and figure out how the underlying Express engine, to configure the underlying Express engine, or I got to look at their code to figure that out. So for now, I just did a simple link. This won't work in Windows, you know what I mean? But it's just a soft link.
Yeah.
So,
cool. For now.
Yeah, for now. So now what I needed from you, yes. Okay, sorry, is so this Sass here. What I want to do is okay, where is let's go to the demo, our view. So I'm doing it programmatically. This is the problem. I need to give it a class. So what I want to do is come up with an arbitrary class, which I can just do like this, right?
Yep.
Well, we'll just do scene. That's good.
Yep.
I want to make it in the middle.
Oh yeah, full screen.
I just want this. I want to move. I want to align that center.
Yeah.
So is it just align center?
Oh, it's margin 0 auto.
Thank you. See, I knew that you.
Yeah.
So margin.
Have a width.
Oh. Oh wait. Is it like that? What is it like? Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Awesome. All right, so now all I got to do is when I generate this thing, if anyone's paying attention, this is my artist here who has inspired me to start working on this, and he's the CSS Sass, the visual side expert, and he's been an incredible help. So when I come down here, where did I put it? I put it in game, right? There we go. So what's the simple way to do the document? Where is it? I got to figure out. So I got to get at the actual element and add a class to it.
Add class.
Is that what it is? It just
add class. Add class on the element.
I think it'll be this. Let's try this. And let's see if that even works. It might not even like that. Something like that. That's a Pixie container, but I suspect it might also be inherent from element. Yeah, I'm just guessing. It probably won't, but I'm just thinking it might. And if it does, that would be nice, right?
Cool.
Right. Either that or it's like scene get element, yada yada.
Yeah.
So let's just see if it'll work. Oh, wait a minute. I got to rebuild the Sass. What did I say it was? Yeah, go compile. Okay. Nope. That's because I'm not running. I hate that I have to do this every time. Again, if you're for the lurkers out there, bear with us. Okay. So yeah, no, I totally borked that. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'll figure out how to do that. But okay, that's fine. As long as we got the SAS right. So as I just have to give it the scene ID and however I do it.
Yeah.
So
that should center it. Whatever with that.
Perfect. Okay. That's exactly what I needed. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Take it easy.
Are you guys taking off?
Yeah, we're gonna take off. I'll be back online.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you for your patience if you're watching. I needed to ask a question there. So now, this is something we can work on right now. So, this didn't work. We need to figure out how to get at the, let's do this. I know exactly what to do. We leave it like this, and I think we can just reload, because that's dynamic. No, I'm wrong. No, the game shouldn't change. Oh, yeah, it will. Yeah. Let's try this. Can I do right over it? I should be able to just do gulp. Pile. Overwrite everything. We don't need to clean for that one. Okay. Now we're going to give it a shot. Back to where we were. Okay, great. So now let's use our inspector. We will look at our development tools and elements. Let's this guy right there. Canvas. Okay. So after this is created, we should be able to just do, you know, oh, let's try that. Duh. I was going the long way around it. I was going to do this programmatically. This is why I need. Was anyone else seeing how stupid I was there? Right? I was being really dumb. I was going to make something really complicated for something really simple. Again, if you're joining us, thank you. We are building a puzzle game here, and we're kind of doing make and mend stuff, closing out some issues with regards to the build. We're just about done with that, though, so I think we're going to probably go back to doing some actual, like, game-type code stuff. It didn't work. Let's see what styles we got. Yeah, margin 0 auto. It's working. Let's see where we're inheriting it. Hey, what's up, Zordlocks? Welcome back. I am trying to figure out why this isn't working. Margin 0 autumn, right? Oh yeah. So are you? Have you already installed that auto hotkey or whatever it is? I mean, what I would try doing is to you know, get auto hotkey going and try the individual steps that you need. Don't try to get it all working at once. That would not be, I think, you know, make sure you get the whole process of firing off the thing first, because that's probably just a simple hotkey press, I assume, right? And you know about which time it is, right? Oh, you can't get auto hotkey to work. That is a bigger problem. You know what I mean? I can't really, you know, without having access to your system, it's kind of a little hard for me to comment. But I have a lot of code on there for a lot of. Oh. Yeah, I see. That's the difference. So it's really, it's not so much auto hotkey. You got a crazy environment. Can't get them all to work. You can't get auto hotkey to work. Okay. Well, what happens when you run? Okay, so let's take a quick peek here. If you don't mind, guys, if everyone else watching, we have a few other lurkers here. If you don't mind, we're going to have a little diversion here, see if we can help Zordlocks. Let's look at the beginner tutorial, right? Start there. Downloading auto hotkey, that seems like the first place to start. So we download it, you run the instructions. New auto hot script. Okay, so it's a simple, okay, it looks like it creates a file type association, right? Edit script. Oh, it's only Notepad. Okay, so great. So it doesn't have any editor or anything. It's just it sounds like it's just a command line component, right? Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I see a couple people. I mean, supposedly I see on the dashboard some folks. Oh, don't have accounts. I see what you're saying. I got you. I got you. Yeah. I forgot about that. Thank you. That's actually very helpful. So again, for those of you who have, whether you're logged in or not, welcome. And if you're a new guy, if you're a new person and you want to chat, just go ahead and create an account and jump right in and talk to us, man or woman. Um, but thank you, Zordlux, for pointing that out. Because I noticed, like you say, I noticed the difference. I always happen to have the same number in chat and watching, right? Because um, I just haven't had any default users ever watching before. So it looks like we have one other person besides you watching now. I think I count as a moderator. Um, all right. So again, when you try to double click, oh hey, it's Clusin. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Welcome back. My first follower. He gets all the indie cred. When I'm big, when I'm world famous, he could say I was his first follow. Yeah. But no, again, I really appreciate everyone who stops by. It's really good to see you again, and I'm glad you're here. We're actually, Clusin, we're working on, the Zordlox jumped in, and I was just doing some making men stuff, and I'm kind of wrapping up with that. So um, while we're here, I'm just helping Zordlox with some stuff. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing really well, and I appreciate it. So thanks for asking. Um, we're making Men Monday here, where we're fixing stuff up. So Zordlox trying to get some. I was the 10th. Were you? Really? I didn't think I had that. I guess yeah, I have 10. So that would yeah, I must have someone else must have followed too. Again, thank you to everyone who's followed. Again, it's really awesome. I you know I really don't expect any, but I appreciate it. And if you like coming here and you like what you see, please feel free to tell your friends. I'm surprised there's a lot of people who like to watch development, but you know I'm a better developer than I am gamer, so I'm gonna focus on this for a while. So I think the first thing you want to do, man, is it sounds like you might have an environment problem. Like if the if you can't run the script, if you've installed the framework, you know, run the installer, and you know double click the script and it doesn't run, you know, what happens if you do double click like this example script they make here, for example, you know? Because if that's not working, it's probably like a path issue, in which case you can go into your environment, update your path to, and probably, you know, but I would assume the installer does that. Windows, it's usually pretty transparent, right? I'm not a Windows guy, to be honest. But so yeah, what else are we doing? So I was just trying to update some CSS. I'm trying to figure out how to get my canvas to center, something really simple. And just had my artist stopped in here for a bit. And so we got to meet Tony for a moment. Although I don't know if he came on camera, but he was here. It's my artist. And I have another gentleman, Torma, who's he's very rarely on Twitch, but he's basically deserves at least half credit for every design idea we're gonna pump out here, because he's been doing game design with me for at least a decade or longer than I've been a developer, really. You know, I've known him since like 7th grade. So he gets design credits for sure. All right, so well, we're gonna wait for Zordlox. Well, he's he's I think trying something out, or I'm waiting to hear back from him. While we do that, let's go back and see what we can do. Clusin, are you a Node expert by any chance? Have you done many Node programs? Ah, thank you, Zordlox. Let's take a peek. I see. Well, okay. That's a lot of code, first of all. I wouldn't test that all at once. What I would do is, if you can't get anything to work, like you're having a problem with any script, the first thing I would do is to go back and just do something, again, start with the simplest possible thing. Like if I were doing this the first time, I would start with this and just make sure I can do that. So to ensure that test set, A, you have it installed, B, it's the name only. Oh, the name only node. I got you. Yeah. Oh well. Well, I was hoping, you never know. Someday an expert might. I'm hoping someone will, with more experience than me will pop in, but we can figure this stuff out. It's no big deal. Now I see what you're doing here, and I'm looking at the code. And in fact, hold on a second. Pull it down here so everyone can see. Oh no! Why do I have an advertisement there? Go away. Go away. All right. So, I mean, this is like I see. This is like some sort of. This is like the Windows Bash syntax, right? My understanding. I'm assuming here. This isn't specific to. This is not specific. Is this specific to WinHotkey, or is this like Windows a Windows syntax? Because I thought this looks similar to what they have for like a shell script kind of thing. Again, it's been many years since I looked. I used to be actually an MCSE many years ago. I used to be a licensed MCSE when I was like I don't know, a teenager. But that was like the Win 4.0 days, Win NT 4.0, like Win NT 3.51. This is like like right after Windows 95. It's meant for AutoHotkey. Okay, so this is a script you found for AutoHotkey. I can't guarantee that this script is work. I mean, the way to do this, obviously, is, I think, can you use another program and use this code? Not most like, I don't know. No. Here's the thing. Um, Okay, but we're gonna dig deep here, and I'm gonna go back into my Windows architecture to the degree that I remember. I don't believe it's changed a lot, but there's the COM system, right, which is a component object model. My understanding is that you install this, you probably install this WinHotkey. It gets installed as a service, a component services, and it's available as basically an API. It's a DLL somewhere, right? You got a command line client that wraps up the DLL and lets you do this stuff, and it probably gives you that DLL probably gives you new commands, like new stuff to use inside of the existing shell environment, which is what this looks like to me. And I could be wrong, but either way, it's either specific to, even if it's not specific to WinHotkey in terms of the language that it is, the API is most certainly specific. And if you don't have that component installed properly or whatever, it's not going to work no matter what, I would assume, right? The simplest thing to do, though, before you even try this, again, if this works, I mean, the syntax does look similar to what we were talking about, what we were looking at. Here, one sec. Oh, sorry. This is going to, I got to get rid of this for a sec. We'll go back. Can you run this? I mean, literally just start this. Do exactly what they say here, which is create a new script on it, like right click, open up Notepad, cut and paste that thing in there from the tutorial, and see if that runs. Because more than likely, it's just that there might be a slight syntax error, or maybe the API changed since the script was run. Maybe like something slightly changed and it's deprecated and you need to change it. I mean, without knowing the output or how he's got it set up, it's a little tough. But if you can at least run this, then you know that AutoHotkey is running properly, right? And once you know that, then you can at least, we can maybe start breaking down that script into smaller pieces to figure out what is really going on, right? I break it down into smaller. That's a decompose. Break it down into smaller problems. You can always you can see that nesting there, right? You can comment out stuff. That's generally what I will do when I'm trying to figure out something that I don't understand that's broken. Is I will eliminate everything except for the first step, and then I will go expose the second step, and then the third step. I mean, literally just go step by step, improving at each point that it works. And when it breaks, I say, oh, okay, here we go. This ain't right, So let's figure out what's going on there. But really, aside from the brute force method of line by line, I don't really know a lot of great ways of doing it other than that. That's the way I do it. It's just you get better, you get good at doing it in a particular language, so you can do it fairly fast. But it doesn't really change what you have to do, which is basically go line by line and figure out what's wrong. You can use a debugger to make this faster for you, in many environments. But I'm more of a print statement kind of guy myself, outside of the browser. Um, but one moment, let's see here. I think that this is probably all. Let's see. So, I think this AutoHotkey. This is specific to AutoHotkey. I don't think you can use this in another program. That would be my gut guess. So that whole big script you show there, which is interesting. Water address, lava address, choco address. Okay, interesting. See that get address water, get address lava, get address choco? That is gotta be, that's not, oh, wait a minute. Hold on one sec. Let's look at those functions. Those are locally defined functions, right? Yeah. Yeah, he's doing essentially what we just discussed. This script does what we were proposing, right? Which is to look at a small, look at, he's got like he's looking through areas, just doing it by memory, which is interesting. Okay, let's take a look here, right? This is pretty straightforward. He's, looks like he's getting the process ID. This looks like it gets a window or something. This is a handle on the window. Here's the base process address. Okay, great. Now he wants to figure out where the water, where the lava, and the choco address is. Again, so what, I'm really surprised he's doing this by, do you think I can use another person's code instead? Yeah, I think you just need to get out. If this is auto hotkey, I would assume then that should be all you need to do. And again, the way to do that would be write the simplest possible script you can possibly prove, and then get that going. And then, like for example, here, if you see this, like you could just get these are functions, right? And they're defined here inside this thing here. Read memory, read process address, get chocobus. Because where's the other one? So get process base address. That's not defined in the script, is it? Right? If it's not, oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, see, it is a DLL call. You see what I'm saying here? I remember some of this now. It's coming back to me. I haven't done Windows programming in a long time. So yes, this is working with pointers, as you discussed before. If this is your friend's code, sounds very similar to what you were discussing. What you could do, another thing you could do is comment out everything below here. Like that would be a good place to start, right? Comment out the big main loop if it's not working for you. Just see if this will get, and then print out those values. See if they actually work and it's giving you what you expect. And then again, you're inside this loop. Well, let's just try the next. Maybe see if you can get the lure count to work. If the lure count works, I know, I'm sorry. I'm pointing to stuff that's no longer on the screen. So but my point is here, right? These are what's happening. It's just going line by line here, and right here, this is just a function call, and it's just calling this function. So then it goes here, and it does all this stuff. This is returning addresses. It is doing, see here, this read memory. He's doing pointer math, and again, this is dangerous as hell. Like this is really like, I'm surprised they're doing it because I would look like if you look at the API for auto hotkey, the way I would do this personally would be to use their screen management get color, right? Rather than look directly at the address and then a value. I think what he's doing, he's looking at the address, the address, and then literally looking at the value and interpreting that. That's probably he's looking at the 32-bit integer, I bet, and saying, aha, that's a hex value of what you would normally define as a hex value for a color. I assume this is really low level the way he's doing it. It doesn't. I'm not sure this is the ideal way to do it, to be perfectly honest, but it seems like it should work in theory. I can't really claim because doing it the way he's doing it by just direct memory access is incredibly dangerous, and I wouldn't be surprised at all that it doesn't work because if anything changed in that process, I mean, if anything has changed, then that math won't work anymore. And I assume what he did was to, oh, maybe. I mean, again, the only other thing I could think of is 32 versus 64-bit. Like, if you have a 32-bit OS and then you downloaded a 64-bit and tried to run it, that wouldn't work. The other way should work. But, that's one thing I'm suggesting. What do you think, Clusen? What's your take on all this? We're trying to help him out, get his bot running here. That memory access thing, that's just not a really good practice. It probably worked for him, and I'll tell you why. Because what I assume he did was pull up the process. Like, you can do a dump. I mean, you can just say, okay, I'm running this process. You pause the game and just say, spit out the entire process space, right? And then you have literally like a a kind of a map of what the game looks like while it's loaded up in memory. And he probably literally groveled through that with a hex editor until he found the spot he was looking for where they keep this by looking at string literals and crap like this. And when he found it, literally did the offset math to figure out what it was. And if any of that changes, then it doesn't work. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the problem, I think. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to take a look at it, man. I'm happy to, poke around. I find this kind of interesting because, again, I'm out of my element. I don't code Windows, and but I think we see. I mean, I think I'm generally right about what I'm saying here. I should note. I mean, I don't. I give disclaimers because I don't really know Windows, but I think I'm pretty much right here. And that if that script doesn't work, does it give you an error when you run, or is it like what kind of error? Like, what's the output look like? You know what I mean? You should, if you go into the command line, if you double click it. The other thing to do would be to try to just run it from the command line, right? If it's a specific type of script, it should have a interpreter associated with it. So if you run it in the command line, you might get some standard output that you wouldn't get if you just ran it, click it, and run it as a encapsulated application. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, it probably does nothing because the one of those functions points to a place that it shouldn't, and the program just dies. And it can die silently. It can die spectacularly. You can get a blue screen of death. You could get anything, literally anything when you're doing that low level direct memory access. I'm actually really surprised they even really allow it. I would use a system call API to do that normally. I would think. I mean, maybe it is just a wrapper above the system call library for all I know in Windows, but. Yeah, if it's doing nothing, then there's two things that either it's not AutoHotkey isn't installed and it isn't associated with that script type. The script name again. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. Windows, right? Windows associates scripts by extension, doesn't it? Unless I'm wrong, and does it no longer do that? But my understanding was the way it used to work, anyways, was that back in the when you could only have like 8-character long names. It worked by associations. It made the associations through the extension. So maybe there's a particular extension it needs. Maybe before it'll pick the right thing, right? Let's look at the how to create a script. Let's go back here. Oh, AHK. Oh, hey, look at that. See that? Does it have the AHK extension? If it does not, then that might be the problem, because then it doesn't. That's how the mapping between AutoHotkey, the library, and the script. In Unix, we use a shebang. It's called a shebang. We would do an exclamation point hashtag, and then the name of you give the path to the command. I have the program, but how do I get it into it and into that's what I'm talking about here, right? So if you look here, and you simply download it and run the installation, right? All you got to do, it's this here, right here. This extension, AHK, is what will make your script be run with that program, right? And if that's not doing anything, then it most likely it's not. If I would create something like this, like test.ahk, and just copy this into it and then double click it and see if that works. It should print something out, right? But I think that's what you're asking. And the association, my understanding with Windows, would be the extension. In OS X, it's actually a OS configured thing. You just configure it. Oh, an exe file, that's different. That's a compiled thing. I suspect that you can take this, the way I would build this if I was building this is I would allow you to turn these into compiled executables, right? So once I get a script working and I don't want to have people don't have to worry about the specifics of it, I can compile it down to an exe and distribute it that way. There's a different, I think it's just, he might have given you both the source code and the executable, but that would be my guess. And again, there's all sorts of reasons it might not be working. I mean, a ton of reasons, and it could be written for the wrong version. It could be an older version. Without talking to the guy who wrote it, it's kind of tough to tell. But I suspect if like this again, this example script works, and your other one doesn't, then it's the one with the problems with the other one, not your environment. So which one doesn't still work? The example script or the script you showed me? Like the one I'm showing you or the one you're showing me doesn't work. Just turn into like tech support real quick, right? Tech support Tuesday, maybe tomorrow. I used to do this too. This is where I started actually. It was like client tech support, just helping people figure out what's wrong with their Word or whatever. But it sounds like, I mean, it's one of those things I have a feeling I could probably figure out pretty quick if I had remote access, but I'm not going to take responsibility for your machine, I'm afraid. I can't do that. No, you don't need to code, man. I'm telling you, it's very safe. Look at the instructions. I'm just following, and again, I'm just going by the, it's tech, we're going to go into tech support Tuesday. We'll do that as a thing. We might do that. That might be a thing. You know what I mean? I like it. Actually, I think I really like it because we're kind of done with Monday. Making men Monday, and we'll do tech support Tuesday. I like it. Um, so again, if you've installed the executable, you download that executable, you run it, right? And your environment should be correct, which means that you should be able to follow these simple scripts, which is literally right click like on your menu, like right click, create new auto hot. It should show up auto hotkey script inside the new menu. So you go new. I don't have one here because I'm on the browser, but you know what I mean. You right click and you say new auto hotkey script, and it should just pop up create a file. Then you open up that file and literally just copy this. Just put that in there. And then double click it and see if it does anything. You don't need to be a coder. You don't even need to know why that works. That's all you need to know how to do. It's just as long as it's got that correct extension and it has that text inside the file, which again, you just need Notepad, nothing special. Just open it up in the standard text editor. Yeah, see edit script. That'll open it right up in, it says right here, if you right click and say edit script, it will automatically open it in the default editor, which is Notepad. If Windows is still the way I remember. I'm a Mac gamer, if you can believe it. Very pleb. We do exist. I just don't have space or a license for a boot camp partition. And I don't want to bother because I'd just rather get a new awesome gaming machine someday. Put a couple 980s in there. I really actually want to get a really big liquid cooled rig with multiple graphics cards, maybe like two or three of them at least, so I can because I can actually not necessarily just use the tutorial one doesn't work. Okay, good. That actually tells us something, right? So if it's got the extension and you double click it and it doesn't do anything, then that means that it's still not working with auto hotkey. It's not the extension it didn't install properly, and for that I'm afraid I can't really. You know what? If I had a Windows install disk and like a key, we could figure this out right now. And you know how? We just open up, we create it. I know how to do this, and we can. I'll tell you what. See, I don't have a Windows. When I worked at certain companies, I would get like the Windows developer license thing where I just basically get access to everything Microsoft makes, and you can just download copies of literally every piece of software they've ever made. And I don't have that anymore. And you got like 5 licenses for everything. It was like a developer thing. It costs a couple grand a year. So I don't have that anymore. But if I can get my hands on an ISO, and if we can point me at an ISO and a license key, we can install it in virtual. We can install it in virtual PC. Virtualize it, boot it up, because it'll work just fine for that. We don't have to do a lot, and debug it right on my screen, right? Unfortunately, I don't have a Windows ISO or a license, and it's like $100-something bucks. I'm dead broke right now, which is why we're pleb casting here. So we're kind of, I'm afraid, Zordlocks, that we're running out of options in terms of what I can do for you here without like an actual instance of Windows. But it sounds like, again, there's something wrong with your environment, and I can't, without access, it's kind of tough to tell exactly. We could figure it out, I bet. But it sounds like aside from the instructions I give here, I don't know what else to try, to be perfectly honest. This is kind of a little outside my comfort zone, which is why I like trying to answer, honestly. I wish I could do a little better. If you want to try again tomorrow, we can keep like working on this. I'm definitely happy to help you try doing it, but I'm not sure what's going on. Do they have this for Mac? It doesn't look like it. It looks specific to Windows. I thought I saw something in the search though. Right? Let's look back. When I first looked for it, automation Windows. Yeah, for Windows scripting. Yeah, okay. Windows specific. Very Windows specific. That makes sense. Um, so this looks like this is mostly used for gaming scripts. Oh, it is for Mac? I didn't see any. Let's try. I don't think so. Resources, where is it? Down. Yeah, maybe it should, right? Let's look at it. Wait, AutoHotkey Mac. Is there? No, I don't think it looks like they don't support Windows. I would be really surprised because the API is very Windows specific. I mean, it looks like extremely Windows specific. I don't know how you'd even map it to OS X, you know? Which is okay. Again, if we could create a virtual instance of Windows, we could figure it out, I'm sure, because we could just do a fresh installation. Now, the problem is, I could go through and show you a fresh installation, show you how to get it in going, and then show you how to run a script, an AutoHotkey script, and prove that it at least works in a Windows environment. I can't necessarily prove that repeating the exact same steps will do the right thing on your environment specifically. I can't guarantee it. It should at least help, but, you know. I'm certainly willing to do it if we can figure out a way to do it. We might have to be, back burner that until I can get myself a Windows instance. Oh, you know what we could do? To work with another program? Oh, yeah, I mean, you could like rewrite it to do the same thing. Except that, again, I would not do it that way. I think it's a really bad idea to try to use the direct memory access. I think that's incredibly dangerous and it could very easily break, very easily. I'm surprised it worked at all at any point. I mean, it would have had to be very, you can't get any more tightly coupled than that. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, sure, sure. There's plenty of alternatives, and you could do something similar. Again, AutoHotkey definitely looks like it can do what you want. I just wouldn't do it the way he does. So let me show you. I know you're not a coder, but that doesn't necessarily mean we can't. Let me explain. Let me pull up that code again you had. Copy link address. So, I mean, you can see what it's doing in the abstract, right? Let's not worry. Let's not worry about too specifically the fact that it's using the memory access. But what it's basically doing is trying to find where's the water, where's the lava, where's the choco. This doesn't look like what you showed me. I mean, it doesn't look like it has to do with fishing. It looks more like it has something to do with it might be a different application. Again, and this is very application. This will not work with any other game. You know what I mean? Like this works with one specific version of a game. It might not even work between a different version of the same game. If they release a patch, and it could very easily make this totally broken. You know what I mean? Because he's working with direct memory offsets, not by relative references or using references. References are like named abstractions for pointers. So you don't have to work with the direct memory, and those can change in the background, and you know the references are going to change because, again, virtual memory means stuff is going to move all over the place, and it's the same in Linux and OS X and Windows. You can't guarantee kind of necessarily if you're going by hard direct memory access, literally offset from the basic price address space. I mean, I guess you could do it that way, but that's very dangerous. So what you want to do is the same thing. Again, oh, wait a minute, here's the lure. Look at that. I guess it is. Okay, so he's sending the control sleep 86, sleep 500, sleep 86. I'm surprised, again, this is the timing part of it. So this is fairly easy to translate, right? If we look, we're doing a loop, which is like a while loop or a for loop or whatever you want to do. The specifics of the syntax depend on the language, but it's all languages have the same construct where you loop. You're counting how many times we've done this lure, like how many times it's done it. It looks like we're sending the control sequences to the interface to do it. And now, after we send that interface, that control sequence, this looks like where he starts looping to catch, looking at, this is where he's checking the screen, like poll check right here, right? He's sending control, F, sleep, up, down. I'm not sure. Again, it just depends on the, it looks like he's saying press down F for 86, nanoseconds. I don't know how many that is. Where is it right here? Press down go 86 seconds or whatever 86 is, probably milliseconds or whatever, and then F up, which would be a fast click key. He seems to use 86 as a, right? Now this is hold it down for half a second, held it down thing. I suspect that those are milliseconds, right? So now he's doing this poll check, and if this fail, like if this is true, it looks like it starts. So it seems this is poll check n equals poll if poll check n. So this is a weird. Oh my god, the syntax, man. Feel bad for you Windows guys. Now it looks like this is this poll check, and it looks like okay, so we're doing if else here. You know what an if else is, right? If this is true, great. And otherwise, do this. So this is saying should you check the poll check? And if so, then do it. Otherwise, just go down and start looping and looking into the water to see where you find it. I mean, that's the overall logic of this program. And then the details of how to do that, he's doing this in this memory address. What I would do is basically take the guts of these functions, and instead of using that memory and the pointer base and yada yada, use the use this. Where was it? Go back to the documentation. Use the screen, again, screen management. This, you don't need to do any of that. The whole point of him using that direct memory access is probably to get the color in certain areas of the screen, right? There's no need to go directly into the memory access to do that because this will go through the Windows API to give you the same information, which is what color is this pixel at this location. Unfortunately, that's the problem, is like he's using memory offsets, which mean nothing in terms of screen coordinates. I mean, they're actually, that's not true. They probably represent specific screen coordinates in his memory map, but you know, you will need to figure out, you'll need to play around, or whoever would do this would need to figure it out. Exactly like how, you know, what the range is, like how to pick a small area screen. It's not too hard because again, you just limit it. Like for example, the width divided by 2 would be the line right down the middle. The height divided by 2 would be right there. The two of those together give you the coordinates for the dead center, right? So then 10 above, or say 100 pixels above, or say 50 pixels up and 50 pixels down, 50 pixels there, 50 pixels there. That gives you your range, right? That math, that's pretty simple math, right? And then you just loop over those pixels in those XY coordinates, and you'll take a look at what the values you're getting. You kind of have to inspect them and take a look and react to the values you get, and then you can basically do the same thing he's doing in that script without the direct memory access. You don't need this direct base address and read memory. It looks like he's just reading, yeah. So it's just the same thing, but follow the control logic. The logic of the program will be the same, and that's kind of the cool thing about programming. You don't really have to know the language to follow along what's happening because it only can do so many things. Yeah. So again, instead of water address, you want to say, get water pixels, get lava pixels, get choco pixels, and then figure out whatever he's getting. If I knew exactly what program this was working for and which version, it would be a lot easier because we could just pull up the process space. We could pull up a dump of the process and look and do the same math and figure it out and look and find out for ourselves. But I'm almost sure that what these must is represent screens in a buffer, addresses for where there's a buffer for something that's displayed on the screen. Which is funny too, because again, I would expect that there must be some direct memory mapping going on and stuff, because that usually lives on the graphics card. I mean, I don't know how DirectX works, but exactly, I'm more of an OpenGL guy. But normally, that buffer exists in the graphics card, not in the OS. So, right? Why is that? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Why you would be using direct memory access, unless it's already mapped and he knows that. Sometimes the way OpenGL and DirectX work is that you instead of loading textures into the directly into the graphics card, you say graphics card, look at this spot in memory every time you update that buffer. It's not as efficient because then it has to load it. But with direct memory, maybe there's ways of getting around that inefficiency. But I'm probably getting too technical at this point, and I apologize. But I know that's the best way I know how to answer that. Follow the logic, do the same thing, but just use the direct pixel access so you can get the color directly from the screen through the Windows API rather than go directly through the memory. I'd have to play around with it. If I had a Windows machine, I could probably figure it out for you. Doesn't look that bad, honestly. It really doesn't. If this works, again, how do you know this goes to your? How do you know this definitely works for your program? I mean, it's definitely the what's it called? I forgot the name of the game. Trove, right? If this is definitely associated with Trove, then again, the only thing I could think of is it might have um, changed in the last patch or so, in which case those memory addresses need to be updated. And it probably needs to be checked and validated every time there's a change to the executable. God, I hadn't really thought about it. It's a long time since I had to think about Windows, the Windows environment. No one uses that in like the corporate world outside of, you know, laptops and stuff, you know, the desktops or whatever. But I mean, in servers, like, yeah, I haven't seen a Windows server in probably 10 years or heard of anyone using one. So I don't really see much about it, much Windows. I got updated. I got updated less. It like released. Okay, yeah. Well, geez. Um, then it's probably I mean, again, if other people say it's working, then then maybe it should work again. If you know it's been updated, if he's updating it per release, then I assume it works. But I presume that it's possible that your environment could have been configured into such a state that the installer doesn't work, but that seems unlikely to me. Like your path is so messed up, or your path and your environment variables are so squirrely that it has an incompatibility they didn't anticipate. Off the top of my head, I'm guessing. Boy, this is like a real line. Spent a fair amount of time trying to figure this out, but I mean, it's tough. Again, if I could look at your desktop and like just run a few things and actually have the command line in front of me and try some stuff, it would make more sense. If we could run this in a debugger, we could tell you right away, because that's what a debugger is, to show you how what's going on in memory, direct memory, under the hood. I don't have if we had like an IDE to run it in, that kind of thing. It's interesting though. What's the choco, I wonder? What's he looking for? So water, lava, is it that is it that there's a way to fish in lava or something like that, and so he needs to check whether it's water, lava, or whatever? It's the only thing I could think of. Oh, chocolate. Is there like chocolate liquids? I think these might just be like all different potential liquids that he might run into, I guess. I don't know. If you know the author, I'd be happy to ask him some questions. I might know what to ask, you know? Yeah, it's chocolate. Okay, interesting. Yeah, see, I haven't played the game, so I'm just have to make assumptions here. I'm guessing all of this is based off of just my best assumptions and my guesses and my experience here. So I understand the logic of what he's doing. I don't know why I do it that way. So I suspect that he doesn't know whether you're going to be looking at water, lava, or chocolate, right? And there's three liquids that they're potentially there. So he does all three, and yeah, see, caught water or caught lava or caught chocolate. There it is. Actually, that's exactly what's going on. He needs to do that to make sure. And he's like, if it's any of these, then great. It's fishable, right? That's what he's testing. Am I facing a fishable area, right? Presumably water, lava, and chocolate. Because it looks like, if this is all true, I'm surprised why he didn't, yeah. It doesn't seem to matter which one. They all seem to be supported. So I think that's all that really is. Now, if you get the color, the way you would do this, instead of like the way you would do this check, is you would actually figure out what's the color, what color do we expect for water, what color do we expect for lava, what color do we expect for this. So this could also be, that's the only thing. If it doesn't reference color, but it actually referenced like a Boolean, as to like maybe the developer actually flips a Boolean saying, like, it does a array intersection to say, what am I looking at? And it keeps a bit of state around with which one it is, and one of those memory addresses will have a true in it if it's that one. That could be the other way he's doing it. I without looking into the debugger at the memory address what it actually is, I was assuming it's either a color or some sort of Boolean value. It might just be a Boolean, in which case it's kind of like, he's doing something much easier than actually doing the color analysis, right? But he's reading a full address, like, right? Let me see here. Let me just check something. There's no range of address. Okay, let's take a look here. 144. It's regular. Okay, so we've got the pointer base. Why is he doing that? Okay, I don't know why he does this. If you look here, this doesn't seem to be any good reason to do this. Like, I mean, you could just, it could just be here. I mean, here. That seems to be a magic number. Oh, okay, this one works, as he said. Oh, cool.
Breaking in.
What language is that? That's cool.
Breaking out is even harder. Ride the all-new Harry Potter and the Escape from Gringotts at Universal Orlando Resort.
Yeah, it's looking for a picture in a particular region. So the pixel stuff should work, yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, wait, let me pull this. What language is the title, though? That is so cool. Like, is that Irish? It looks almost like Irish to me. Oh, Vietnamese, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I think you're right. I had a girlfriend, Gwen, who was from Vietnam, now you mention it. And I think you're right. Too many accents to be Irish, but it looks kind of similar. It's funny. It's such a different language, right? And besides, actually, I'm used to seeing more French and mixed in with Vietnamese. That does look, yeah, that's Vietnamese. I think you're right. Unicode programming. That's another one. You want to talk about fun stuff to support? Unicode is a freaking nightmare. Programming for Unicode sucks. I've done a lot of that, particularly with the document processing stuff and, legal stuff. Well, I don't know. I'm just poking around to see. That's a good question. I don't read Vietnamese either, but I just kind of want to see maybe they show it like happening. Here we go. So this is automatic mouse and keyboard. See, this is a GUI app for doing the same thing. It's probably a different way of doing it, but yeah, he's clicking. We can look at the code he writes. You're right. Very neat. That's kind of a neat system. That little graphical programming thing he's using there is pretty cool, right? Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing is I don't need to know what he's saying here because we can see what he's doing here for the most part, right? He's just explaining what he's doing, which is kind of cool. I like the idea of typing what you're. I should kind of consider doing that sometimes too. So this program, I would, I got to say, Clusen, you rock because I think you've given him, I don't know about you, Zordlox, but this looks like a much easier way to go about what you want to do, right, than the programmatic route. I was suggesting doing exactly what he's doing through this GUI by using the API. If you're not a developer and you're not sure, you feel a little uncomfortable, something like this, whatever this is, and we'll figure it out, automatic mouse and keyboard. This is a specific app, and I'm looking for hints to see which one it is. Excuse me. You could use something like this, I think, with relative ease to do what you want to do by following the logic of the script by doing it through the GUI, right? That's what he's doing is basically reproducing that script that you saw. Oh, go to part 3? Where's that? How do I navigate to that? Can you help me? Help me, YouTube. Oh, wait.
Our guitar team.
That's the newest. Oh, you kill me. The ads. Skip me. Skip the freaking ads. Oh, part 3. I got you. Thank you. Trove. Excellent. Okay, let's see what he does here. Let's get rid of this thing. Should I monetize my videos? I should probably do that, huh? It's an AMK file, is that what it says? Then that's like, instead of auto hotkey, it's auto mouse and key. I assume automatic mouse and key is what they, the abbreviation they're going for. Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's not AutoHotkey. Because AutoHotkey has no UI. It's just a DLL based, scripting solution. It's a headless solution. We would call. It's very epic music. Okay, what's he doing here? Yeah. See, so move the mouse to the specific point. Oh, great. Wait a minute. Pause this. Let's pause. Whoa. Pause. Right. Look what he's doing. Left mouse down for 100 milliseconds. Left mouse up 100 milliseconds. I think these are like basically sequences like this 100 millisecond, then this, then 100 milliseconds, which is again like it's just this will go. That's on the 10th of a second, right? Very fast. So if key down, and actually, oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me get my mic a little better here. So doing the same thing, you can actually see it's the same thing, isn't it? Right? If you find in this picture region, press key down. Again, if you got this thing, it's the same logic. It actually really is the exact same logic. It's very interesting. And then here, and then I would this is great, Clusen. I think you really we just got to figure out what application this is, right? It might be commercial and cost money. Let's see what we can get here. Ace money. Nope. Auto mouse click. Bam. There you go. Now again, you're gonna have to do it on your machine, but this looks. I think if you play around with this, you should be able to get that going. And Clusen again, hype for Clusen because he came up with a better solution. I was telling you how to do it in theory. He told you how to do it in practice, which is more useful. Here we go. Automatic mouse and keyboard, RoboSoft. Yeah, and it looks like it's 20 to 60 bucks. You know what I mean? But if you're making a lot of bots and you don't want to write code and you don't want to have to deal with all of those environmental issues and all of that, I think that Clusen's got the right idea here. This is the way you want to go. I think for you. Yeah, I know it's not free. I mean, that's the thing. AutoHotkey is free, but clearly, you don't get that nice UI for it. So it's a trade-off. If you're, for me as a programmer who's familiar with it, if I had to do it, I'd probably just use AutoHotkey open source because I could probably get away with it. I know how I would do the same thing, but it might be worth the money to you to do it. Yeah, with the UI if you're not if you're not comfortable. But it looks this one looks like it might actually. This one's $5. This uses the same extension, but Clusen's got the right version. In fact, did I? Wait, one sec. I'm sending you to the wrong one. So let me give you the right one. There you go. So this is the one he's talking about. This is the one with the GUI. And then that video actually shows you step by step what you need to do. So that might be easier rather than trying to follow, reverse engineer someone else's script. That's probably an easier way to go about it. No, the free one, again, I don't think the free one's going to work with the video. The videos you saw are very specifically this guy right here. And again, if you're willing to pay for it, again, if you write a lot of bots, it looks like it might be worth it. I can't say either way. I can't recommend it or not recommend it because I've never used it and I'm not really comfortable making a recommendation for something I haven't tried. But oh yeah, try the free one. Yeah, try the free one first. Yeah, you should be. That's a good point. That if that works for you, oops. If it does work for you, the other one looks like it does do what you want. Let me see here. No, that was right. The paste bin. This one, it has the same file extension. It might work for you. This might work. I don't see get the screen color here. That you're going to get here, or with the other one. Yeah, Cleason, again, I can't you're like really the MVP today. Because you came in with a much better answer than mine. You know, I mean, didn't say anything that was wrong. Everything I was saying was right, but it wasn't unfortunately as nearly as helpful as that one link. And again, I totally I feel like, you know, if that's the way to go for you, oh, Google Chrome blocked it for you. Doesn't bug me. I just went there for yeah. Did they give you a free trial? What is it? Robot Soft. Let's take a look again. Automatic mouse keyboard record. Advanced mouse clicker. See, screen OCR. These are all different products. It's interesting. Do you get them all at one? Yeah, look, you had to be because otherwise that video wouldn't make any sense, right? Yeah, and it looks like they have free trials here. I totally, yeah, I think that Clusen's got the right idea here, Zordlex. You want to download the free trial, check it out, follow that video, see if you can, you know, do the same thing. It looks like it doesn't look too bad here. Again, I haven't gone through this whole video. It looks like there's a lot to it. But the UI is the same, so, and it's all in English, so you should be able to follow along. You know, it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, set mouse position. See these little offsets, all this stuff. I would definitely do it in terms of this is smarter. It's doing it in terms of the screen position rather than memory address. A lot safer, lot safer, a lot more robust. We'll work in more context than direct memory. Cool. See, I knew nothing. This is actually really interesting because I'm like totally clueless when it comes to like the bot scene or automating games and stuff like that. I've never downloaded, installed, played with, or made a bot in for any game. It's just it never occurred to me, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, it blocks Chrome when you do it. Where are you doing it from? Your home or school or work? You know what I mean? I don't. It depends on what kind of firewalls you're going through, right? Yeah, I do. Well, let me take a look. Is there a certificate? I don't see a problem here. Let me try. Huh. My Chrome doesn't have a problem. Like I would expect if like sometimes what I've seen is yeah, I was gonna say I sometimes certificate errors. Like it's very easy if you have a website and you have some that's HTTPS and some that's HTTP, and particularly if your buy and your download are all handled by the same. I was thinking that maybe you had a certificate error, but that doesn't seem to be the case because I mean, my Chrome, which uses the same cert authorities, doesn't have a problem with it. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I mean, I could post this somewhere for you. You got a, oops. Yeah. I know. Can't run it. I'm in Mac. But if you got if you got like a Dropbox or something, I could throw it in. I'd be happy to, because the file is fine for me. Oh, wait a minute. No, though, do you know what? I found before that actually downloading executables and then sending them to people who have Windows, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to work. I think it's a difference between, because ELF, like the file standard that Mac uses, I'm pretty sure is ELF, and that's not what Windows uses. So even though it's a Windows executable, I mean, it may work, it may not. I can't guarantee it though, because I have had problems where I've just downloaded an exe, like for RimWorld, for example. I let my buddy borrow the Windows version. I'm running the Mac, so you get one of each. So I gave him the Windows version to check it out, and yeah, he no matter what, whenever I sent it to him, it would never work. But when he downloaded it himself from the URL I used, it worked fine. So you know, your mileage may vary. But again, like I said, I'd be happy to post it somewhere for you. Oh, there you. Did you give me? No, I thought you were giving me a Dropbox or something. What do you got? It's my playthrough I had to piece together. Um, that's the one we just got. Let me get rid of this. This was for my overlay, which is working well. I'm like actually really psyched about that. Again, it's really helpful for you guys just even coming in and hanging out and being able to test my OBS configuration this is literally the third day I've ever done this. I feel bad though. People probably came here to see game development and we're doing like, you know, we're playing around with bot applications. We're doing tech support. It's okay though. I really don't mind at all. It's kind of fun. Like I said, I really like anything that's new for me, anything I don't have any experience with, I love doing. I'm perfectly happy to figure out. I have a problem with my head where I crave novel experiences obsessively. I get bored easy. So yeah, the only reason I could think you could have a problem downloading it is oh yeah, good idea. Interesting. That's a pretty good idea, right? Try this. Oops, nope. Oh, wait a minute. I was going to give it an address. Where's the URL? There we go. Scan it. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it looks bad. This is good. I really like that virus total thing. I use Clam, you know, XAV or whatever here on my Mac. That's really nice because I've wanted to. There's you know every once in a while you look at a URL and you're like, for the most part I find that Chrome's blacklist or whitelist or whatever they use works pretty well. I've only seen, you know, specifically certificate errors. Oh, not confidence with the type of software. I think you're probably all right. I mean, if Google is giving you a problem, if Chrome is giving you a problem, it's probably because it's a. Oh, this is odd. Go ahead. I'm listening. Yeah, probably have Skype. Let me see. Hmm. The only thing is, I'm not sure it's going to work with. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me try my right in here. Oh yeah, screen share. That's interesting. If you want to, I don't know if I would recommend that. To be perfectly honest, yeah, I am on. I'll tell you what. I'd be perfectly willing to kind of take a peek at it, but I'm going to keep it off screen because I don't want to put your desktop up on the internet. Okay. You can find me in Skype as Debauch Sloth, by the way. Anyone who wants to find me on Skype, I'm Debauch Sloth on Skype. So, my Facebook is also Twitter, Steam. Friend me on Steam if you want. I'm a name fag. I don't really care if people know who I am. I'm trying to get famous here. Excuse me. Yeah, let's try it out. If you can find me out here, see, I'm Debauch Sauce on Skype. I don't even think I have any friends or anything. This is my first time I log in. I just don't want to expose all my family and friends from Facebook on the internet right now. Well, okay, I'll put it up if you like. I mean, whatever you want to do, man. As long as there's no identifying information. What I don't want is for you to get hacked because someone watches the video and then notices something on your screen that they can use. That's my only concern. I'm willing to take responsibility for securing my own. Oh, am I? To the screen? Oh, what? Or on Skype? There you are. See? Boom. Oh, I like your. There you go. Accept. Oh, Minecraft hosting. I am actually looking for Minecraft hosting. Now you mention that. Surprisingly. So how do we do a screen? So I'll let you drive it. I haven't really used this for that. Hey yo. Huh. Oh, you're in Mass? Cool. Yeah. I used to. Yeah, I'm in Rhode Island. I actually I think I said that when I started the cast. I'm broadcasting from Providence, Rhode Island. I used to work up in Boston. Pretty much my entire career was spent commuting up to Boston. I worked downtown Boston, Southie, like at Gillette and J.P. Morgan, Brownco, a couple different companies, Merrill. So I've been up and I spend most of my waking hours up in Boston, but I live down here, and now I'm down here all the time. I don't mind if anyone knows the area I'm from. We'll have to someday. That's cool. Like after this channel blows up and the game gets famous and everything, we'll have to do a big meetup somehow. Yeah, go ahead and do the screen share thing here. Well, let's see how this works, if you don't mind it, because I haven't done this. I'm going to rely on you. And for anyone who just joined us here, we're trying to help someone figure out. I'm helping one of my first follows here figure out an issue with his software he's trying.
Hey.
All right. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Well, hey, by the way, my name is Sean. I should know everyone else. My name is Sean, so it's easier than calling me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll show you what happens.
Okay, go ahead.
It's my desktop is really messy. Just
Don't worry about it.
let me just say that out now.
No problem. All right, I got it up on the screen just so you know. You can see the cast here, but I don't want to give away any information you don't want to give away. All right.
Let me show you when I open this up. You see this code?
Yeah. Okay.
Vietnamese.
Yeah.
So when I play it, it does this. Then it does. It looks good.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But then it starts moving like that.
Oh, so it's automatically jumping around.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's just a miss key. You know what I mean? Like if it's changed a little bit. You know what I mean? Like if the key, like, or your key mappings are slightly different than he had. You know.
It doesn't do anything. Look, it bounces, then it just stops, and then it does the same thing.
Where's the script? Where are you running the script? Can I see the Is there like an interface?
No. Yeah, I
right.
can show you too.
I'm curious. There might be some. And I'm sorry, I'm jumping really close to the screen here.
Oh my gosh, I need to get rid of this. Shift F2. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Here's the script.
All right. So, is there an? I'm just wondering if there's some like output if we can figure. So it probably crashes at if it's. Is it ending at like? I'm wondering if it's ending at a particular line.
Should I delete all this Vietnamese stuff?
Huh?
Should I delete this
I don't think it matters. I mean, it's just comments. You can see there how they're grayed out. Those are just comments, so they won't affect anything. And I can understand what the code's doing. You know, it reads fairly, you know, it's a like again a DSL, domain specific language, right? You know, and so
Hey, your game looks cool, by the way.
Oh, thank you. There's nothing yet. There's nothing there yet. I mean, again, it's just going to be a puzzle. It's going to be. Oh yeah. I mean, I hope people find it interesting and can get something out of it. I certainly get it out of it. So.
Can you feel like the iPhone?
Yeah. Ultimately, first we're going to start. The idea is to do this puzzle game on iPhone, and then I actually have the idea to do this whole hierarchical system where the results of that game will feed into cells. So you say you have like a 6x6 puzzle game, right? Every time you play the game, it's actually going to drive a square in a larger strategy game. So like people will be playing the puzzle game, and that's going to drive the environment for this larger strategy game that you can play on tablet, right? And then again, that is going to feed into this larger map that you can play in with a desktop game. And we're going to release these step after step. That's a long-term plan. So the first thing is this puzzle game, which is going to be basically environmentally themed. So it's about natural selection, competition, genetic variation, etc., like that, in the scope of a very simple puzzle game. That's the challenge, right? That's what we're going to try to do here. That's the base idea, and we're going to expand on that in some design sessions as well.
I think I should delete these Vietnamese and try to simple it down a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing here. I mean, I think that what's going on here is that some of this is off. It looks like he's keying. Like I suspect that what he's not meaning to do is have those screen changes. It seems unlikely to me that if you're going to be selecting by screen coordinates that he means to move the camera around like that. That makes no sense to me, right? So I suspect that that's a problem. That's not meant to be doing that.
So call set mouse position.
Mm-hmm.
That's odd.
So that's right. So what I suspect though is like, for example, no, that's fine. I mean, the mouse position I think makes sense, and that what he did is he just basically had the camera pointing in a certain direction, right? And then he clicked the things, and so those are what came up for him, right? And if you I believe, are in the same. Let's
Let's
see here. Let's try playing again. Yeah, I'd love to see where the output is.
I'm curious why it shoots like then.
Oh,
Not
there we go.
like
He's not moving around. And oh yeah, there we go. See, that doesn't. I don't think that's right.
and
But
then when it moves up and down, it doesn't do anything.
right, because that's going to change the results of like if you're expecting the if you're expecting looking for certain coordinates, every time the camera moves, it's going to change what you're getting, right? It doesn't seem like what it does could be compatible with what it's doing, or what it's supposed to do could be
Came
compatible
so
with the way
close
it's.
though.
I wonder if the other problem might be that it's too small. Like, does it have any limitation? Like, do you need certain size water, or you know what I mean? Like, does it have to be big enough? Is it getting confused by the fact that it's too small of a water thing? I don't. Where's the script here? Can we step by step?
Yeah.
Here we go. I got an idea. Can we do this step by step? Like, pause it and then kind of see where it's.
hmm So let's see. Disable action. We can disable this.
Oh, okay, yeah,
You want me to disable everything and just do it step by step?
yeah. I guess it's probably not a bad idea, right? Let's see, because then we can figure out where the where it's doing that. What's triggering that the
Oh
movement?
gosh, I have
Yeah.
to disable.
Can you just like I think you just grab.
Can I just do this?
You should be able to go all the way down and then do. Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, I was gonna say shift, right?
This. Disable action.
So this is his whole script, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay.
Kind of simple, but
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it shouldn't be that hard, right? We should be able to figure this out. I see we've got a few more lurkers here. Welcome, by the way.
so let's do play.
Yep. Oh, okay. we ran into the demo thing.
It was stop script after 5 rupees for 3 minutes.
Yeah, we just
Fine.
gotta wait a few minutes. It's no big deal. It's gonna make it kind of hard to debug, but yeah. I like the look of this game. I have to say. Is this on Steam? Or this is on Steam Early Access, right?
No, it's in full game.
Oh,
now.
it's a full. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Excuse me.
You might want to check it out.
Yeah, let's pull it up on Steam. I like you said, I don't have Windows. Is it also does it run on Mac?
No idea.
Yeah.
It's on Steam, so
Yeah, let's pull up Steam.
yeah, you might want to play it.
I do. I mean, I would love to check it out. Maybe we can stream it. Right now I can't really stream anything other than development reliably, unfortunately.
The Mac doesn't have the.
Well, it does. I've tried. Like I've been playing, for example, I've been playing Starbound, right, which is great and it plays wonderful. But
This is a small game too. It's a 1 gigabyte game.
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's just this only takes like Starbound only runs about 15% of my CPU reliably. You know what I mean? So that's why I figured I'd try it. But even that is too much. I can barely get away with what I'm doing right now. So let me look here. So we were looking
Move
for.
mouse left. I'm confused. Why would you need that? There's no reason why you need to use the mouse for this.
Well, look, he's wait a minute. Let me see. Let me see the. Yeah, maybe not. But let me just see.
Let's try deleting these two things.
Oh, I wouldn't delete them. Just like you say, disable them. So they don't. You might need if they are significant, you don't want to delete them and have to add them again and add them the wrong way.
Disable action. Let's try doing this.
Yeah. Just try that. I think it's a great idea.
Enable it. Then let's try how.
See
this
what runs.
does it.
Yeah, that should at least just fire off that.
That's it.
That's all you want, right?
See, then it pulls it back up again.
Right. So let's go back in. We got to do the timer because you got to hold it down for a while, right?
Shift F2. Yeah.
So let's adjust
So
the
we can delete
delay.
these two things now. Oh, because they don't do anything.
See, I think you got to play around with those delays. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. If picture and region, this looks like it's just doing the same thing. Like see how it has 3? You know why it's doing that? I think that's because it's for the 3 possibilities of chocolate, lava, and water. That would be my guess. Just like the logic in the previous one.
Key F, and if found region.
Yep. So those end ifs, those are all discrete, right? They don't affect each other. So you should be able to open up all 3 of those and run those.
So let's.
You know what I mean? They don't seem
to
to have any dependencies in terms of their logic. So I think you should be able. Let's see what happens if you. I'm kind of curious as to whether it should just do it once, the same thing. It shouldn't change anything, right? Oh, what was that little bobber there? Like, oh, that's someone else. I got it. That's someone else. That is someone else fishing in the multiplayer game, right?
It moves though.
It still moves?
Yeah.
Well, let's go back. Let's look at the script. That's cool. That's interesting, right? Because
I've never seen that.
I mean, maybe it could be something with the game too. I mean, but that's unlikely, I think.
I think the Vietnamese know what they're doing now.
This guy, I know. I mean, this guy clearly knows, I think, what he's doing, and it worked for him. You know what I mean? Demonstratively
Yeah, we
worked for
definitely
him.
don't need these mouse up and mouse down. I think that was a mistake by him.
I think maybe it's just, yeah. Well, I think what it was. Keep in mind, you know what it was. They don't do anything, and you don't need them. But he was recording his mouse. He was just doing the recording. He hit record and did his thing. So it recorded a mouse up and down incidentally while he was doing it. I think that's all that is. So you're right. You don't need that. Now it's that E. This is where, okay, so the timing. Let's try. Go ahead and try one of those. See what happens. Because I think that this mouse click. I think what's happening is the XY coordinates for the mouse clicks are sending you like can you move by clicking on the world? And if so, that might be where that's coming from, right?
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, then that's what's happening. So what you probably need to do is record. You got to record over that stuff, your own coordinates.
Oh gosh.
Right, and we could do that. I don't think it's so. Let's
Delete these since we don't need them.
Right,
Is that okay?
yeah. The other thing you could do is just start from scratch and try just do the whole sequence as a mouse thing once, and then just try repeating it.
Try this. So it does that, then it takes it out again. Then
Yeah.
it does that.
Because, and I think I see why. Because if you look at the end, let's see if there's let's look at the code, because there's got to be a conditional in there, right? If found picture in region, this is the same thing as before. Okay, wait. Here's the thing. What if this is returning false? What if this is returning false and F isn't getting pressed down at all? Do we know F is definitely getting pressed? Because there's no other way to press it. Okay.
Let's try doing just these two. That might be something. I must try this.
Because I'm curious as to what the actual sequence you have to press in the UI is to do it right. If you weren't automating it.
This would be interesting if this actually activates. If it's just this too.
Why is that doing that? Again, I think it's those mouse presses. Oh wait a minute, but you didn't have that activated, right?
No, it must be in the second one. So let's see if it actually does that. It doesn't press F when it bobs. I've noticed that.
Okay, so it's not pressing F when it bobs. Yeah.
So
okay.
Bobbing.
Yeah.
It did.
Oh no way. Oh, you know why? I know why. Wait a minute. It's timed, right? So sometimes it's going to work because it's going to happen to work within if it's a random timer on that bubble, right? Sometimes it's going to work great because it happens to be bouncing when you pull the key. If you pull it when it's not bouncing, you're not going to get the key, right? Because he has to choose a certain amount. You can't. It doesn't seem like there's a way to say, what I mean? I think he's just basically waiting for a certain amount of time, and then most of the time it'll work. Half the time it'll work. Half the time it won't. You know what I mean? So the fact that it worked once actually means that it should work for you if you just let it run, even if like a bunch of them aren't working.
Oh, I think I figured this out.
Yeah. So what's up? Show me. Here, I'm watching.
You see all these coordinates?
Yeah.
So when you press E, it does.
What's E do?
Anything in the game? So
okay.
I don't. When you press E, it does nothing. So. Oh, yeah. F is the thing to pull it in.
Yeah. Oh, so the F is getting. Oh, okay. So do this. Get rid of the second F. Like close. I think we did 2 of them. Get that side. That might be what's. Let's try that again. Like closing that out. Because yeah. Because I think if you look at those, I think those looking for those pictures might force it to go into a weird location. I'm guessing here.
So let's try doing the one and the last one.
Yeah, and the other thing is like you might be easier to like if you could overwrite those regions by somehow by using the GUI. I bet it would be a little more accurate for you.
So do you want me to do this and this?
No. I'm sorry. I meant to just. So what happened when we just had the first one? That would throw it and then immediately pull it right back up.
Yes.
Okay, stop. Let's stop there. Let's go back to the first one. And let's just change the delay. So key F, like F is 50 milliseconds, or wait a minute, 500. They see that 500 milliseconds. Put that add an extra 0 to that. And let's just.
Is it batch edit?
No, I just go to edit action. I think that would be my guess. Right? Yeah, there we go. Just add an extra 0. Let's see if it goes 5 seconds. If it just sits there for 5 seconds, right?
Yep, let's try it.
No. Okay, so that's throwing it out there. Notice that? So good. We figured it out. Let's go back to the script. This is great. So this is just to fire it out there. This isn't to pull it up. So let's look back down. Where do we get the pull it? Where does he pull it up?
Key up.
No, well, oh, is it? So
Yeah.
oh, you're right. Okay, so let's reverse those. Go back to the 500. That's fine. That's half a second, whatever that seems to be. I don't think that though. Whatever that ends up being.
Too much to that.
It doesn't really matter, right? Because it's not going to trigger till. But yeah. So now the next one, instead of 50, like give that like 5. Yeah, try that with 5,000 just to see if that does what we expect, right? And troubleshoot it.
Now let's try putting it up.
Yeah, and see if it just lasts 5 seconds. Now there's an optimal value for that, right? When 5 seconds is not it, but maybe it's 3, maybe it's there's one value that'll probably get you the most fish. You know what I mean? And too much, too high, and it will get you none. Too low, and it will get you none. But in the middle, you'll get you the right amount, and you might have to tweak it. But if this works the way we expect,
close it.
Ah, there you go.
Key up.
Perfect. So it did what you wanted. It was just not long enough.
Yes.
Let's try 6 seconds. You know what I mean?
An issue that
but I mean, you don't know how long it's going to last, right? Yeah.
Because it changes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what I would do actually is the
25 seconds, 45 seconds.
What I would do actually is the best way to do this, I think, and this sounds crazy, might sound crazy, is to time it. Like sit there with the stopwatch and do at least 10. You need at least 10 of them. Do 10 of them and figure out what the average is and just put that in. And the more you do, count as many as you can. After 100, whatever average you have will probably be close to the optimal value you could possibly use, right? I mean, kind of logically, you know what I'm saying? Because you get a statistical average of what the average length is. So over time, the more you use, the more you test, the more accurate that value gets, the more fish you'll catch with it, I suspect. That makes sense to me. And if anyone in chat wants to pipe up and fix my logic if I'm thinking incorrectly, but that seems to be the right way to go about it to me.
Should I delete everything else? And we can
I don't think you need anything else. I really think that's going to do exactly what you want. If you're just caring about the time, I mean, you could get a little more sophisticated by looking at pixels, I think, here, right? Waiting for the bob to happen. There's got to be a change in, like, if you look at a screen and say this is a blue pixel, the bob will cause some changes, and you can say when it changes beyond a certain amount, you know, automatically pull that thing up. Or here it is, it's like we're waiting for a certain amount of time. There's got to be an override, like some way to say, except if this event happens. Like the way if I was doing this, if I was writing code, you'd probably use events and callbacks. That's why I don't know. This isn't sophisticated enough, I don't think, to do that. But, you know, there's got to be a way to do it. But the simple way would be to just record as many as you can, figure out what the average time is, and then put that in. And then that should get you the most fish, even though it won't hit every time. If it's automated, you won't care, right?
It's between. It only changes in 5 seconds. So it would either be 25 to 30 seconds.
Oh, wow. And so it only changes in 5 second increments?
Yeah.
That's interesting. So if the best you could hope for, if you do like fit that, see, that's kind of the problem. So if it does it in 5 minutes, so there's I'm sorry, what's the range? It can go from 5 to 35, did you say? Or 5 to 30?
30 to 35.
Oh, 30 to 35 seconds?
Yeah.
Very easy. And then again, I would put that in, let's put in the value of 3,200.
For key down?
Yeah, 32,500. Yeah, for that 5,000, put 32,500. Let's try that. And then just let it run as many, see how many it starts catching. If it's catching some, you know, that should work.
3,200?
Yeah, because that should be 3,250 would be you know, it would be the like 3,000 would be. Oh wait a minute, no, 3,000 would be 3 seconds, right? So we need 30,000, right?
Yeah,
30. Yeah. Yeah, 35 will be 35. That might be too long, but let's see how it works.
We can always do it for a couple times and see what happens.
Yeah, and then it's we can just, like you say, you can put it in the middle and you should catch about half the time between 30 and 35. So 3,500. If this doesn't work for you, then try 3,250. That might give you a slight better.
Might be the best spot though. We can see though. See what it does.
Hey, did that work? You know, it looked like it pulled it just a skosh too early.
Oh,
hey, Dragon Cinder, how you doing, man?
That's
Yeah,
odd.
we did get some stuff here. Right now, we are helping Zordlox figure out how he's trying to make a little bot here to help him fish, and so we're trying to figure out how to help him here. We're very close. We're very,
No,
very
let
close.
me get a timer on my iPad so we can actually see how long it lasts.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like literally, like use your cell phone and like time it like 10 times and see what it ends up being. And the average over 10 of them should be close enough to give you a workable thing. But yeah, thanks again for dropping by, Stragon. We did get we cleaned up. Today was Making Men Day. We cleaned up the build. We fixed some stuff. Got back to where we were working on the game logic. And now since I wrapped up, we had this interesting issue pop up.
Yeah.
And I've never done this before, so we're figuring it out together, and it's ended up
it's
kind of fun, right, guys? Yeah. So
5,000. So let's try that.
was that what it was? 5 seconds?
In the beginning? Yep.
Okay. It's going to be tough because it looks like you say the last one was 35 seconds. It looked like, and if it's 5 to 35, the best you could hope for is like 1/6 of the time if you pick an arbitrary value.
Stopwatch. Key down. Okay. So I'm gonna do this. Oh God, I missed it. I need you to do exactly. Okay, it's going. Tell you exactly how much time it takes.
Oh.
Oh, it's
Oh, you
because
gotta
I
hold
had
the key.
program open.
Yeah. Oh, it's automating it for you when you don't mean to. I got ya.
Let's.
Yeah.
Stop
Pause.
it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just stop it. I don't know how.
Shift
Actually,
F2.
it should running it. I don't think it's yeah. If it's still not running, there you go. As long as it's stopped, I
So
think you
let's
should
do
be.
this now.
Now you hold. Okay. Right. If for anyone watching, we're trying to figure out how long that we have to figure out the time the bob to come up with a value that will actually catch some fish enough of a time that it's worth doing the script. That makes sense. And it looks like it could be quite a wide range of time. There you go.
26 seconds.
26 that time? All right, so let's do one more. Let's do another one, see how that ends up being. Just so we can get an idea how far the range is. So we know 26 is definitely
Yeah, about 25, 26. Let's try that
perfect. Yeah, I think within a second's close enough to like, accuracy.
Oh, I think I know what the difference is. You have 5 seconds to actually pull it up, maybe.
Oh yeah, there's probably a 5-second window to pull it up. Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, I don't know what the window is, but it's probably more than 1 second. So that makes a lot of sense. There you go. So what was that?
Seconds.
Okay, good. Okay, let's do another one here. So it looks like it's, so far between 20 and 30 seconds. So 25 seconds, like you said, the 25,000 might work pretty well.
Now. If we tried 22 seconds, that might do it.
Yeah, that's what I remember. That's why I was saying like 2250 or whatever it was. That's what I was thinking it might be. But without testing, you really have no way of knowing. That's why, and the only way you could, if it's random, you could get a whole bunch of short ones 100 times in a row, and then accidentally get
seconds.
Yeah. So it looks like I think you're right. Like 23 is probably about the right average. It's not always going to work, but it's going to work often enough to be worth it.
So let's try 22.5.
Yes, Clusen, that is exactly what the other script was doing. And in fact, you can do that. We know we can do that. We're trying to do the simpler thing here for now, just to kind of do it find a timer value that'll work well enough.
So is that 22.5? I think that is.
Yeah, let me see. That is, yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep. That
So
should be. If it's
try it
milliseconds, which it
now.
looks like it is, yeah.
Yes, it says MS, so I'll just assume. Moment of truth here.
Right. I mean, well, it might not work the first time. Like, we got to see how it works over an hour again, because of the randomness, we can't really draw any conclusions from a single test, right? But Clusen's right. That's the way to, that is exactly what the script he first showed. Like the Zordlox brought up a script that was doing exactly what you're talking about, and it was doing it through direct memory access, which I was suggesting is a terrible way to do it.
Oh gosh, it didn't make it.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Keep trying it, because just because it didn't do it that time doesn't mean it's not going to work, say 30% of the time. Keep think of it this way. If it works 30% of the time, if it's guaranteed to work 30% of the time, you could see 10 in a row where it doesn't work, and right? You could see an arbitrary number in a row where it doesn't work, and it could still work 30% of the time. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just the way randomness works. You can't draw. You got to
way off that time. Let's try that again. I need to see something.
Is the timing right? Yeah, maybe if it's way off, we might be off by an order of magnitude. Oh no, that's milliseconds. That's right. So every 1,000 seconds, every 1,000 is a second. That's right. 22 seconds. That's 20.
I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna. What? That's confusing. Okay, so let's try. No, I didn't mean to do that. Let's get the program open. I think I might know how we can do this. So it will do it every single time.
How's that? What's your idea? I mean, Clusen's absolutely right in that there is probably a way to inspect a small region of the screen and notice when the bob happens, the colors will change, and then trigger the what's that?
You think it's possible in this program?
I believe so. I mean, let's take a look at the documentation, see if we can find something.
Find the image on screen.
There we go. So let's try that. So in down here, yeah, right. What does it say? If found, did it say? It's interesting. Move the mouse to the target and click. Oh, let's move the thing off of your. I got it. Let's move that out of there. Like, just move it to the side so you actually have your.
Yeah.
And then let's see what it looks like.
I think I need to actually. Oh, you know, might be if we do it when it's bobbing, then we put find an image.
That's exactly it. That's what Clusen was suggesting, and that's exactly what we want to do if we can.
Because they only have a slim time second to do it.
Right. Well, no. What we want to do is basically a loop. We want to get rid of this time thing, right? If we were to do it this way.
Image found.
Yep. That's exactly it, right? So you're going to put a little version of that image. You know, the problem is, it's almost you want if image not found, right? The moment the bobber's not there, that's when you want to say, aha, time to pull it up because it moved out of the range. It bobbed down, and so all of a sudden it's gone. You know,
when it sees the bobble move up.
Yeah, like when it sees, like, you know, you're gonna have to give it something to look at. Like it's literally, I suspect, it's just doing a binary compare between images, right?
Oh gosh. Okay. So I need to go to this, then here, then if image found.
Yeah.
And how do I do it? Do I just
let's try.
Move mouse and click to cut the image. Like that.
Yeah.
Did I do that?
Then move the wait a minute. Then move mouse to the picture and click. No, wait. Oh, is that what it does?
Picture found. Move mouse to picture. No, that's not good.
So yeah. We want to hit F, right? So we just say if found, if you find the way I was thinking was actually to do it the reverse, right? The bobber is there, it's always there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we want to do the inverse, like where it's like you're finding it, oops, it's gone because it dipped down, right? So now it's gone. The moment we stop finding it, press F, right? You know that would be the way to do it. Now, exactly how to do that through their interface, we have to poke around and figure it out. This is getting really interesting.
Getting more confusing too.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, again, this is you've got a loop. So let's look if there's a loop constructor. You know what I mean? There's got to be some way to loop because we want to basically we don't know how long it's going to take, so we want it to just keep looking at this image, and at first, even if we can find it, maybe if we can say, you know, find it, great, it's finding it. Then we can put the knot and reverse it.
And click the cut.
Yeah. So that's saying if you find this is looking for water. It looks right.
I want to test this. Add picture.
Yeah, see, it's just finding it. It looks like it's just finding a that color.
Oh, it's for that pixel.
Yeah. Exactly. So that actually works. You know why? If you look for that pixel where the bobber is, it will only be found when the bobber is dipping down and the water's there, right? So that might work kind of the way. I mean, this is getting closer to what we want. The question is, how do we do the logic? So how do we
click on the picture and do nothing with a mouse?
Oh no, that's not what we want. Where what to do if the picture is found? Oh wait a minute, no, here we go. What to do if search picture time out? That's what way I think we
continue to the next action, then we can end it.
Well, wait a minute. Let me see. Let's see if we can do it by finding the picture, because that will trigger the event we want right away. Instead of move to the picture and click, what are the options there? Do you mind if we see there?
The option and click for this one.
Yeah. Oh, you can't just do a button press? Oh, dude, continue the next action. Okay, yeah, you're right. And then which will be the button press. Yeah.
Yeah, then we have to add it between.
The only problem with the picture timeout is that you're going to give it the timeout, right?
Never timeout.
This would you put 25 seconds, right?
25 seconds?
Right, because that's about how long we're expecting it to take. Do you have the possibility to zoom on the yellow float? Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like, you know, right now, I mean, we're still figuring out this application, right? But I think you're right. What we want to do is, see, the problem is that the presence of the bobber is fine. Like, we don't want to do anything while the bobber's there. When the bobber disappears, that's when we want to call F, or when the bobber changes. Let's see. Let me see what the animation looks like. Like, let's look at it a little closer. Like, because as long as you're keeping your mouse the same, right, there'll be a red pixel there, and then when it dips, it'll turn blue. So it's like we're going to look at this specific pixel, and when it changes any other color, then it turns into this shade of blue. F. Yeah, see, right? It goes all the way underwater like that. See that?
We might be able to do it like that.
I think that'll work. So it's like find let's see, what is the options? Let's take a look at the
uh, let's
you know.
try add picture. Remove picture.
Let's see, current bumps. Oh, similar. Yeah, 95% similar. That's interesting.
What should we add to BM?
Well, you got to. I think, like you say, you got to take a picture of it. Let's see here. So, where to search for the picture?
This. Then let's.
Yeah. There you go.
Then find image.
Yeah.
And let's do this pixel.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Look at that. I found the whole little square.
Okay.
So that's going to find and tell us the bobber is there, right? So now we know when this returns true.
Name? What should we call it?
Bobber there, like call it like bobber present or something. You know what I mean? So this will be true for us when the bobber is present. The only problem is it's dependent on your angle, I think, isn't it?
Somewhat.
Let's see if it is. Maybe not.
So,
it'd be nice to see if we could test this just to see if it's
1,000 milliseconds though.
No, that's okay. That's just the default. It's just saying 1 second. I think that just means do this at the end of the if. Do the picture search a second after the last step.
Is it possible we can move this up?
Oh, I would assume so. But here's the thing. Let's look at the if. Let me go back. If the picture in region, then look at this if found picture in the region. Let me see that one.
If
like
found.
The one you already created. The I'm sorry, that one. Yeah, the one up top. Let me see. What's the Does that have an image? Can that show you what image it's looking for? Like if we edit it. Aha! You see there?
It's looking for
the red. That's what it's doing, and that was there in the script before, right?
Oh, I think I know what I was.
You see what I'm saying?
One.
Yeah.
I was using a yellow one.
Ah, okay.
So let's disable this. And let's try it.
Oh yeah, you're right. I just got what you were saying. I just got what you were saying. That's funny. Yeah, that's the second F press because that's the L. Yeah, I got it now. It might work. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Here's Clusen sent another. By the way, if you look at the chat, Clusen sent another great link.
Did it?
There you go, man. Right on.
Well, let's see if it does it again.
Keep trying it. Yeah, you got to test it. I mean, I got to keep. That's the thing with a bot like this. It's a little stochastic. You got to.
Okay. I found one of the issues that we can cut down at a time. So what if we did? See if we did.
I'm gonna put this. We're definitely putting this all up on YouTube, though. So, do you mind if I should ask actually? Do you mind if I put this up on YouTube? Because I suspect other people will find this helpful. I'm certainly learning, so I suspect others will too.
Okay, so end if key up.
So here we go. We got two ifs. So if the picture is found, right? Then okay. So what we're saying is if we see the red there, then press F, and so this is actually firing it off. It's not finding that right.
Let's time down to maybe back to what it was before, 5,000.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me see the logic again. I'm not sure about that one. Let me just see here. That might be right. So if you find the red, what we want to do, the only thing I think you want to do above this is to do the initial F press. Like you got to, whatever is going to fire off, there's one that you definitely want to press, right? And then you're holding it down until you find that red, and then you're hitting the F again. It's hitting that F, and then you're right, that millisecond would be changed. Right now, we're kind of doing both, and it happened to work that time because the timing worked out, but I suspect that it wouldn't work reliably the way we expect.
I'm going to try this and see what happens.
Yeah, go ahead.
What if we did 5,000 seconds? Would it still?
That'll be 5 seconds, right? Yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Let's see if it overrides with 5 seconds every time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Okay. Some of this is just figuring out what the actual program does. No, because it's still seeing the red there. No, it was 5 seconds. See, notice that?
Oh, I got an idea. If we did 30 seconds.
Well, the problem is again we're still back to the timer because the problem is we're using the logic in this. Let me show you the logic in this script here. It's like it's expecting that F that we're pressing to launch it to be the one that pulls it up because it no longer seizes the red.
But 30 seconds is the max it can be. You know what I mean? So if we
Oh, I see. Yeah, so that's the timeout. Yeah, yeah. That's
so it will end if it doesn't happen. So that could be the maximum it could be. So this one should work
right.
for sure. If I
Well, I still think I could be confused, but I feel like there's got to be another F involved. You know, it's got to be the F to press down. Oh, well, maybe I'm just missing the way that the program works, actually. I think I might be missing. Clusen, again, has a video here that I suspect if we checked out might work.
let's try this. I think I would bet this would do it.
Because there's two ways we want to hit F. One, we time out, and it's not like if it doesn't happen in 30 seconds, just pull it, right? The other one is if it misses if that red is gone. See, now it's overriding. It's still not. There we go. Oh, yeah, but did that? But again, I wonder if that just happened because the timing happened to be right, rather than it's not. I don't know that it's responding to the red, to the image going missing. And you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Is I think that when it works, it's working because the timing happened to work out. Because there's got to be two F presses right there. If you look at the F, that's like one. The two Fs are one press, and it's pressing when it's supposed to be triggered when that red goes away. So what I suspect what we want to do is simply fire off that F beforehand, hold it down, and then have that logic for the red. When the red disappears, it'll press the F again because it will already press the F. You can just set the timer to be 50. That's why it was 50 because the moment it hits that red's gone, fire it off. That's why it was 50 when we first got the script.
You know what would be interesting to try? What if we get the original code from this and try that out since it was a different color before?
Yeah, I mean, again, you got the right color. I think that look, go back to the code. I'll show you what I mean. Oh, there we go. Did it work that time? Happen to work? No, oh, there we go. No, there was a little outside, right? Okay, so look, that's interesting. It shows you the little things down there. So
I want to try disabling. I got an idea.
Well, what I'm saying is before step one, we need something above before step one. We need a down. We need a down without an up. Like we need a down up there, right? And then so what I would do is you move this down actually to above the one, right?
How do I do that?
I don't know. Just drag it. See if we can just drag it. Like drag it above the one. That would be great. Because what we want to do, this is the logic. This makes sense to me. Let me wait a minute.
Make it again.
Yeah, let me try. There we go.
So delete it. Then
no, I wouldn't delete. Well, yeah, you could do that, I guess. My point.
Before I delete it. So what's the? Do you know what type of action it is?
We want to just do a key press down. I'm surprised you can't just drag it up there.
I know.
Add action. Is it like before?
Keyboard action.
Yeah, keystroke, key down, right? Because we want to press key down. And then we press by pressing key down, it's going to fire off the thing, right? And then we wait a certain like a half a second. After half a second, the red will be there. So then it starts looking for the image, right? And it finds it till it's gone, and then boom, it's going to fire the F to pull it back in, and it should work. I think that we're very close here. You get what I'm saying?
That name. Yeah. What should I name it?
Just like fire or launch or something. You know, it's the launch of the cast.
Delay.
Cast.
Milliseconds.
Yeah, I would call it cast that way. You know. Cast and retrieve, right? Would be, you know, yeah. And delay after step, yeah, that's fine. I don't think it matters, right? Because now it's going to go immediately into. Oh, see, that's wrong. Oops. We just got to get that up on one. Oh, you know what? Maybe try dragging one down below 1.1. Like I don't know if that works. If you can drag these steps around.
Let's see.
Kind of surprised. Oh, there you go. Dur. Okay. Oh, it's at the top of. Okay, wait a minute. Never mind.
Oh.
See the idea? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Now get rid of that. Oh, wait a minute.
What if we do this?
There you go. Bobber present. Thank you. That's what we want to do. That's where we want the. We just
Check.
Yeah. Get rid of that F in the under below the if found. Right. And it's actually. Oh, I see. It's covering up the thing. I would get rid of the down in the like 3.1. And then move 2.1 above 2.
It's reached the top.
Well, it's reached the top inside 2. You might have to delete this, right? and then go up to 1.
Delete 2?
Yeah, I delete 2.1. Leave 2. That's magic. That's the magic. That's what does the magic.
Delete action
Yeah.
2.
That's fine. Now go up to 1.
Mhm.
And then now add a new one, and do what you just did.
Add a new one?
Yep. New like the key down.
Should we just move this one? Oh, we have to add another one.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem to move. It doesn't seem to lift you outside the scope of a loop, which is
Mouse
probably
action.
makes sense.
Oh,
Yeah.
keyboard action.
It can't guarantee that there's something
Key
up there
down.
for it to. Yep.
F.
Key down F. You got it. And the delay is fine.
Step name cast.
Yeah, cast. That's fine. So this is gonna fire it, right?
Like that.
Yep. Now we get into that F. So we press down. Now get rid of the down F, right? And then up. Yep.
Delete it.
Yep. Delete that. Let's see if this works, because we're going to press down, then we're going to wait. It's going to find that image. When it doesn't find the image, it's going to pull the F back up. And let's see if it works. Should work every time. This is what I'm thinking. We'll see if I'm right. Is that what you were, Clusen, I haven't had a chance to take a look at the example, but is that what I assume, Clusen, that's kind of what you were pointing at? You're pointing to there? Take a peek.
Breaking is
2-1.
breaking out is
Forgive my ads.
Yeah, it didn't do it.
Yeah, he's doing it the same way. Yeah, now that I look at the video, I can see right away that's basically, he's doing almost the same thing. So what happens here? Does this work at all or no?
I think you know what? I think that Korean guy might have actually done it the way we want. You know why?
I mean, it looks pretty close, right?
I want to try disabling all this.
Mm-hmm.
Then we can try his original one because I was using a different color one.
Yeah, that might work. That's a good point. Yeah, it'd be a lot simpler.
Then we can just put that. Oh, I almost deleted it. Whoops.
You can just
Disable
change the
action.
color to be the red you want. Yeah.
I have to exit out of the game then do it. Let's. Easy fish.
Yeah, like I said, everyone, feel free to friend me on stream. I'll definitely add you.
The current project is not safe. We can always add it again. It's not.
Yeah. I think I'm getting a logic.
I
mean,
can
we
undo
figured.
it.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. We know. Like you say, if
Just delete.
we can modify a script again. I think you're right. If you go back into that step and just change it to be red, you know, it might work.
Maybe that was why I was doing that.
I think you're right. I mean, it might have worked. And now that I didn't even think of that because I just assumed the color was correct, you know. But you're right. I think that might have been the issue initially because it was acting kind of. It wasn't doing what I thought the script was supposed to do. Said it was doing. Remember? It's the name of the Zordlog. What's the name of the this program again? It's called Mouse Key.
Auto mouse key.
Auto Mouse Key.
Exit this out, then open.
Inclusion is right on top. He's like a mod already. He's got the he's right on top of
There's
things.
no
Here.
action. Oh, I need to delete this and re-download it because I saved it by accident. Do that, and then I can go and download it again.
Oh, what the application?
Program is. I want to play with it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, again, thanks, Glusen. That was really cool.
Oh, do you have that YouTube video that you sent?
Well, if you look on the chat, he's got
No,
like.
I had to refresh the page. Oh, I think I see it. And then let's go to point 3. Then let's go to.
Oh, Shell Mori had the script down there.
Because I need to get the script again because I.
Yeah,
saved
I
it.
got you. I didn't realize that's where you got it.
Looks like such a complicated language.
Oh, Vietnamese, yeah.
So many symbols. Try doing that. I don't know why it's so slow. It's just this one video that does this.
Yeah. That's just not showing up. But there, no. Oh, is it? You're on the 3. Wait a minute. I think it's the 3rd one. Oh, there you go.
File auto.
File auto, PM auto.
Is this it?
Yeah, you know, I don't know which one it was,
Oh,
but.
that he actually had the program he gave you.
Oh, he
Wow.
gave you the link to the program too. That was kind of nice of him.
If only we translated beforehand.
Right. Although we could probably use Babelfish, probably do a decent translation if we were really confused. But again, I find the code. I'm not too worried. Again, the code is fairly. I feel like we can figure out the application in the code if we need to. Again, Clusen on top of things.
Yeah, how did he know to use that?
He's got it down, man. I'm telling you. He's full of acumen.
I might actually want to buy the full one if this
Or
actually
her,
does it.
but I think it's a he. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's kind of cool. If you do a lot of this kind of thing, then it seems like it,
So
worth the
let's
cash.
just
But
delete this Vietnamese stuff once
yeah,
again.
and like you say, I think that mouse down, up, and down is not really. Let's look at the first one
Yeah.
and see what the color is. Yeah, I don't think the comments matter. I mean, that's just. I'll go. I suppose if you can't read the comments, there is no point in having them there. So if
Well,
found picture in the region, that's the first one, right? This first one is going to be the
mhm. No, it takes a second to load in.
Yeah. Oh, hey, wait, let me give this. We'll go full screen again here because this is gonna be easy to see. I'm actually surprised. It's kind of cool. Like I can stream other people playing games just fine.
Yeah.
I just can't get away with it myself. But like that's kind of funny.
Do you know how to build a PC by any chance?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. In fact, if once I get some cash, one of the things I want to do on my channel live and on YouTube is to build like a really sick gamer, liquid cooled, nitrogen cooled kind of,
gosh.
something like that, and build it online. Configure it and do all that, overclock it and all that great stuff. That would be, I thought, really, really fun and a
Still
good
moves,
series of
but let's see
videos.
if the picture appeals. So let's try it.
Oh, it's still moving. Yeah, that's. Let's see how it works. I mean, maybe it just. There you go. No. Again, I think those. I think there's still more in that script. You were closer, I think, with the last script. I think you were pretty close.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know if it's the other problem is I would stick to fairly big like
Oh, now it's spazzing out.
yeah.
So let's go back to the other one.
I think the other one was pretty close. Okay, the logic made sense, right?
So, what was it again?
We're
Do you know
pressing
what-
down, like, so what we want to do is we want to press down, and then we're looking for that image, that red pixel, right? And if we find that, as long as that's found, we're doing nothing. And as soon as that's out, we say else. If as soon as it's not
No.
found, we press the up.
Mouse left down.
Yeah.
Mouse left up if picture's found. If so, do we just delete from this down?
I think. Well, no, don't. Wait a minute. Stop there. Up, go all the way up to the top of that if. Yeah, you're gonna. You don't. There's no need to. You definitely want to.
Delete this.
Yeah. We use just the end if. It's got to start on ifs and end ifs. Is all I'm saying. Like you don't want to go halfway between an if and an end if because then you're gonna break
Like
the log. I think that should be okay. So now the problem is.
We need to delete these two things again.
Yeah, get rid of those. And then we want to do like I said, we want to go stay in one. Oh, wait a minute. We want to go above it, right? There was, how do we add a step above it? Because we had a comment or something before. Like we had we had like there happened to be one above it last time that was disabled. Or copy it. I know what, make a copy of that one and put it below it. The exact same thing, right? If we copy that line and put it below it, then we can disable the button above and
this?
yeah. Yep. Or just that one line, yeah.
Copy it.
Oh, I guess it's no doing the whole. It does the whole thing. Never mind. Yeah. No, that won't work. That won't work. Sorry. Because it wants to copy the whole loop. It won't let you copy one.
So
It won't let copy the top of it.
Add action.
Yeah, but it's going to add it below it. It's the problem. This is what I don't understand about this. This is the problem with like graphical interfaces. I find is that you want to do something simple like
Mouse,
put a code on a certain line and you can't do it.
Key down.
Yeah.
F. Step name. Cast.
Yeah.
50.
See, the only problem is it still has to be above 1. That's got to be 1. And it's the top of the loop. See, when it says it's at the top, it means it's like you can't go. It's inside the scope of 1, so it's not going to let you go any higher than that.
Let's try it, though. Let's see what happens.
Oh yeah. It should. Oh, let's see. Is it going to hold it down? I can't see with the thing on.
Oh, like that.
Yeah. I think it's too small of an area to fish too. I think it might be like because it might not be finding the pixel, right? If it's what's the word I'm looking for? Eclipsed by another piece of thing, it's probably not going to work. See, yeah, the down again. This I'll get rid of this. We don't need the down here. The problem is
It found a picture region.
See, we want to press down, right?
Oh,
and keep it down, and then when it's found, it's going to find that when it stops finding that red thing, because we do nothing under if found. That's what he's doing the right thing here, which is if. You notice how there's nothing between if and else. That's the same thing logically in terms of Boolean algebra. That's the exact same thing as saying not. It's the equivalent. So it's saying if until you stop seeing the bobber, do nothing.
If else statement you complete is not empty. I don't want to delete it.
You want it to be empty. That's okay. That's correct. We just got to get this F to go above the 1. And I think we're in close. We did it. We had it last time, and we just needed to tweak it a bit. We were pretty close.
So confusing.
You see what I'm saying? Because think about the
Yeah.
logic here. If we press down, and now it's down,
What-
it's staying down until something triggers until that else happens, which will only get triggered when the red bobber is gone.
Oh, I see something. Please select an action. I think we can move this up. No. Okay.
No, because it's still in a tie. See what I'm saying?
Oh,
It's
what
real-
if we did this?
I don't. Well, wait a minute. Actually, you know what? Wait a minute. We go to step 1
Mm.
and hit. What does it say? Insert above. Maybe it says like insert above or something. Insert. No. Insert
active.
comment. Insert comment. Try that right there. Try to see if we can get a comment above it. Just get a line. It doesn't matter what it is. It's like foo.
Blah.
Yeah, there you go. I just want to see where it goes. Yeah, so it goes under there. See if you can click that. And then, since that's the comment, they might let you put that up. No, God, this thing sucks. All right, I got a new thing. Go to the end. I got a good idea. Goes this. Go to the very end.
Mm.
Now add a new down, and then drag all the other ones down below it. Would that work?
Add action. Let's see.
Yeah, keyboard down.
Keyboard
Key down.
action.
Key down. Yeah.
What?
Oh,
Add
no.
action.
No, I'm sorry. Go to the third. I think we made a mistake here. You got the whole thing selected. There you go. Yeah, try it there.
Add action.
You got it.
Keyboard
Key down.
down.
Perfect. Reel. You know, like this is to pull it back in. I would call it reel or something. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's okay. That's going to be cast. So grab 1 through 3 and drag it down below 4. Right. God,
1,
just
2,
figuring out this interface is like this is why I don't like GUIs for this kind of stuff. But perfect. Okay, so now open up that else.
Now let's enable it, should we?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry.
Okay.
And now let me see that else again. So now let's follow the logic here, right? Now let's find a bigger ocean too, because I do think that part of it is that if your bobber isn't clearly, you need a pretty big water space to make this work reliably, I think. Oh, cool.
Wings.
Yeah, perfect. Neat. All right, awesome. Let's try. So let's just give this a shot, see how it works. I suspect the logic seems to make sense to me. It could work right now.
It makes sense. It's just.
Right. Sometimes it's tough. You never know if there's.
Alright, let's start it here. Then let's try it.
All right. And it's staying pressed. And let's see. Now, when the bobber disappears, it should... Oh, wait a minute. We made a mistake. We got to get rid of that down. We never got rid of the down.
Here.
No, the second one. No. That's the one we need. Because you can't... It's down already. You can't get down anymore. We can't get any more down. We're already pulled over. We can't pull over anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I think we're close. We're real close.
Oh no, I pulled that in.
Okay. Oh, okay, good. Let's try it again. So again, we don't even have to worry about timers in this one.
Didn't
Notice
really
we're
do
not
anything that time.
we're not doing any timers. Oh, wait a minute.
Key down F.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
So now let's see if it finds the picture.
It stopped. Look, it's. And if.
So it's not finding that picture. Let's try if.
Oh, it is finding it. So that's why it's ending it.
Right. So when it stops finding it, it should press up, the up key. That's exactly what I'm thinking here. Does that make
But
sense?
the issue is when we press down, it also sees it.
Well, no, but we want it to press. It won't see it until we press down. What I figured is we press down, then it has a. Oh, you know what it is? Bigger delay. Put 500 there, because we need time for the cast to get out there. Like, give it a second. Give it 1,000, actually, just in case. Because I don't know how long the cast is, but that'll definitely work, right?
Yep, let's try it.
Oh, never mind. It's actually after that. It's that 100.
So we leave this back at 50.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then we put this at.
At that 100, turn that to 1,000. Add a 0 to that. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Delay after.
Yeah, that's
after
fine.
step.
Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Did it pull it?
No.
That's okay.
It wasn't even activated.
That's okay. Oh, it adds a second to it now.
Oh, I did that by accident.
Okay.
Let's put that at 50. 50. Okay.
Oh no,
Oh,
well,
it's okay.
I have one of these.
Should I add it on else? Is that what you wanted?
No. Wait a minute, no. It's my concern is that after we pressed it down, my concern is that it's after we hit down, it's going too quickly. It's looking for the bobber. Oh, wait a minute. Did that work on purpose or no? My concern is that the real thing I think is happening, and the problem I think what's happening. Hey, I think we got someone new in chat. How you doing? Welcome, lurkers. We're trying to figure out we're trying to get this bot working here. So the problem I think is specifically now when you press F.
Oh gosh, what if I accidentally put this on?
I don't know, but if
Shut
you
down,
wait, put what on?
shut down computer when the beating finished.
Oh, that wouldn't be good. Yeah. Well, yeah, for a big batch, I could see why they would do that, but that's actually kind of like you say, a dangerous thing for a game, right? So the problem here, I think, is if you look at the first two steps, 1 and 2, cast, and then like 3.1 is real, okay? So what I think the problem is that there's only a 50 millisecond delay. Like it's instantly, the cast is not, by the way, when you press F, the region position 2, yeah, you might. And I think Clusen might be right too there, in that it's, I don't know how specific it is. So if you, that region you might need to kind of point, excuse me, let's click on that, see if we can edit it.
Should we move this down?
No. It's the logic. I wouldn't change the order of it at all. Honestly, I think it's perfect the way it is. It's just a question of timing and that color. Clusen's got a great.
It just ends it.
Where?
Stop the program immediately as it sends it, as it casts it.
Yes, that's exactly it, and I'll tell you why. That's actually good because it's checking only 50 milliseconds after you press F. Right? Hit F. Show me, like, just hit F. Do this manually for a bit, right? Hit F. Right? It's 50 milliseconds is very fast. That's like 1/20th of a second, right? So it's not, the color's not there in time. The point is by the time it checks, it's not getting there. So there's one of these steps has to be, I forget, I'm not exactly sure, but either this one that pressed down after the delay, this is when, let me see, press down F, right? Edit action. After it's still up there, yeah, give that 1,000 again. Let's try that. Okay. And try playing this. Let's see here.
Not that.
So do you have to let, okay, then I get it now. So do you have to give an up? You have to give an F down and up. Do you press F and let go, or do you press F and hold and then let go when the fish is there?
Cast it?
Yeah. Is it just F and let go? Do you press it?
I'm holding it down at the moment. So immediately you press it, then let it go.
Oh, that's the problem. All right, back to the script. We can fix this. I got it. He was right. So do a key up after that key down. And we just need key down, up, key down, up. I thought it was down, hold it down, and then up. I thought you had to hold it down until the cast was ready, and then you let go to get to reel it in. So this we got it. We're real close.
What do I add?
Add an action, key up.
And key up.
Yep.
Name it.
It doesn't matter for now because it's just part of the cast. It's fine. Just yeah.
Oh, we can name it cast 2.
Yeah, cast 2. It's fine.
Oh.
The other thing is I suspect that it's like, if you look at what the options are, one of them was like key press. I suspect that that's both up and down. It might be simpler to just use key press F. Wait, let's check something. I want to check something out here. Instead of doing this, delete those up and down, and let's just see if we can do it in one step. And then we're going to follow up with Clusen's idea too, because if that doesn't work, then I think once we get this down, see, if you look, there is a possibility for key press, and I think it encapsulates all of this and will make it easier, right? If we right click and look at the options, like here, select one of those, or delete the top two, or there we go. Add action right below that. That's fine. That's perfect. Keyboard action.
Keyboard action?
Keyboard action, yep. And then keystroke. Boom. F. Done. Okay. Or not. Yeah, there you go.
We're trying to name it cast?
Yeah. And then delete the 2 above it. I suspect that'll just, bang, do up and down. That way it'll save ourselves some... Oh, yeah, there you go. Now, same thing. Get rid of that reel, keystroke F. And then we don't have to worry about the timing so bad.
Delete this?
Yeah. And then, yeah, you see what I'm saying? I think that'll just make it a little easier. So select the else. And now, yeah, add action. Oh, that's not edit. You want to add. Yeah, add keyboard action. Keystroke. And then another F, yeah.
And then...
Don't worry about the delay. I don't think it matters. Yeah, real, that's perfect. We probably don't need any delay after the step. In fact, that you probably want to get that down to like 50 or something, because you don't want any delay when you're done, right? I don't think it matters. All right, let's try that. Let's see if that actually works. And now,
Try 50, like keystroke up.
oh no, well no, again, I want to keep that at 100. I want to keep that at 1,000 because again, it has to
Yep.
be there. Yeah, you know. Is it pulling it back up right away or? Oh well, let's try it.
Watch.
Right.
Because it finds the picture.
If not finding the picture, I think is what it is. So let's look at the picture. Let's look at that step because it might need to be custom. What Clusen was suggesting, and Dragon, yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? This is, we just kind of got a diversion today. We're taking a for Tech Support Tuesday is a little early
Tech
here.
Support Tuesday.
Yeah. So we were going to do Make and Mend Monday, but it turned into Tech Support Tuesday a little early. So you understand what I'm thinking here. If we take a look at this cast, I think Clusen's on the right tip here in that step 2 is configured specifically for someone else's location, and you might actually need to bring this up and re-edit this every time you find a good fishing position, right? Because I think what Clusen is getting at is exactly it, and that the angle, the location it's going to find it is entirely dependent on where you're facing, which can be arbitrary in 3 dimensions.
What's BMP mean?
That's a bitmap. It's turning it to a bitmap. So the question is,
find a picture in Legion.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. So cast it. So cast it for now. Can you cast in pause or something? Oh, you're a multiplayer. So bring that up. Yeah.
Okay.
And try to record it now. Like, you open that up. You got to configure it. Yeah. Oh, no, wait a minute. You got to exist to, yeah, there we go. You got to, is that with are you adding a new step or configuring the one that already exists is the problem?
Adding a new one.
Yeah, you don't want to, oh yeah, do that. Go ahead, because then you can just get rid of the old one.
Okay.
Perfect.
And say okay.
Yeah, now the only problem is you can't move your guy now, right? You don't move him anywhere. You got to keep this. This is only going to work as long. Oh, wait a minute. Shit. Sorry. You put it under the if, yeah.
Oh, now I have to make a new one?
No, I can't delete that one because the problem is see, this is what. See, the problem is here. I'll show you on the. It's the existing step is misconfigured. The existing step that you copied from the other guy's code, he set that up from his perspective in his IDE with his coordinate system. You know that's the only problem is. So I think it's not quite hitting it. If you happen to have it, the camera if you were facing relative to the water, very close to where he was, it will work just fine. And you might not know why it's not working the other time, but I suspect that it won't work very often. And, you got to find a specific position for it.
Okay. Let's try doing this.
Yeah, there you go. So go back to the existing one and see if we can reconfigure it.
Then
wait a minute. Let's get out of this one. We've got to close. I want to see what the script looks like because we have, yes, that one right there. Can we edit that one? All right, hit that bitmap. View bitmap position. Boom. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so add picture maybe. Or cut bitmap from screen. Cut bitmap from screen. That's what it is.
Add picture?
No, cut bitmap from screen. Shift F11. There you go. Too late. You got to do it again. Don't do it now because it's like halfway through the thing. Just cast it again out there and do the same thing. There you go. Perfect. Now hit F. There you go. Shift F11 thing. Boom.
Get this one?
Yep. Boom. All right. Okay. Now let's try it. Now don't move your guy. And we'll see if that script works. Because now when it goes away, the L should get triggered and it should hit the F. Or this is our theory. You should have to do, so Clusen says, then you should have to do the region checking in a loop with the timeout while the picture is, oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we might need, see, here's the thing is I was assuming you're right. You know what? Clusen's got the right of it. There got to be some sort of loop because we need to do something while we're. Oh wait a minute! Shit! Did it just work? No. Nope. He's right. We got a loop.
Okay.
So we got to put a while loop around the whole thing, like around if, else, end if, right? All of that's got to get added in a loop. No, well, I'm saying, well, look here.
Statement.
Yeah, that whole if construct, 2, 3, 3.1, and 4 have to get wrapped up inside a loop. That's what Clusen's saying on the chat. And he's absolutely right, as far as I can see.
What do you think I should do?
Well, what do we have? Loop statements. While loop. Just do like while true.
While loop.
Yeah. And you can just say while like value there.
Value. Okay.
Oh no.
Like...
I'm sorry. No, but the step name just call it like loop or whatever. Doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
That while, see where it has that red value thing? Click on that. There you go. Boolean. True. You want to click Boolean and then true. That means yep. So it's always so what it's going to say while true is true, right?
Mm-hmm. And
Loop.
delay is 1,000.
Yeah, I don't even think it matters for now, but yeah, because this is we're gonna but oh wait a minute, so problem. Delete that. Okay, go up to the first step. Now add a loop below that. No. Just select just the first step. Yeah. And I don't know. I'm thinking this is probably how this works.
While loop.
Yep. Again, same thing. While true is true. You don't even need it instead. So the while loop is kind of like labeling it.
While Boolean
true. Right. So while true is true. Perfect. Now, while next. Now, okay, wait a minute. Perfect. Now grab 4 through 6 and drag them onto 2. See if you can drag them into the loop by bringing them up onto 2. I think you should be able to select like 4 shift over. Wait, no, the other way. 4. Oops, sorry. Can you undo that? Okay. So select 3. I'm sorry, 2. Where is the loop? I'm sorry. Where did the loop go? We lost it. Oh no, there it is. Okay. Now it's 1 through. Okay, we want 1 through 4. I would select one, and then hit shift, and then hit 4. And that should do what I think. Okay, now drag that whole kit and caboodle onto 5 and see if that does what I expect.
I can't drag.
Oh, you can't?
No.
All right, so you might have to. Oh god, see, this IDE kind of sucks to be perfect. The interface kind of blows, but it
So
you see
we go to add actions and loop.
Yeah, well, no, but keep in mind we don't want the keystroke in the loop because that's hit once. What we want to do is look for the thing until we find it. So again, that's we want basically 2. The way it's configured now, we want 1 to stay where it is. We want 5 to be below 1, and then we want 2 through 4 inside 5 to 6, right?
So can't we just add 2 different loops?
Well, we only need 1 loop. You're only gonna need 1 loop. Drag that loop up to see if you can drag it below 1. Yeah, there we go. So now, how do you add stuff to the loop? So I think what you're gonna do is select.
Edit action.
Oh yeah, no, wait, no, wait. I got an idea. Just try dragging 4 up onto 2 and see if it'll put it inside the loop. Just one of them at a time.
No.
Really? No. You can only. Okay, so then I guess what you're gonna have to do. I don't know how to do. Okay, so this is like it's stupid because we know exactly what we want to do. We just don't know how the freaking GUI will let us do it.
Yeah.
He's absolutely right. Klusen's got the right idea, and thank you for that. Again, he's
a genius.
especially in a place where light doesn't change to get some picture checking. Yeah, I agree. This is what I was getting at. Klusen's bringing up the same. He's saying the same things I was in a different way, which is that the color and the position and all of this stuff is highly dependent on exactly where you are in the location you're at. What I think that Vietnamese would say is that you're going to have to do this every single time you go to a new location. This won't just work from anywhere. I suspect if you saw the notes he was actually reading, would probably say something like that. And that's what Klusen is getting at, and that's what I'm trying to fix. It's like you don't want that. Like if you're if the light's going to change day and night, color. How the color is going to change. It's going to get mixed in with the lighting values and change, and it might not trigger. So if it's an indoor, he's got a really good point. This is tricky, right? It's not trivial. This is why I was like, well, you want to do some artificial intelligence, and you're going to want to do a neural net, and yeah, because I was thinking about all these variables that you would have to keep track of.
Yeah.
But this is actually pretty interesting. We know what we want to do. So we got that loop. What you could do is just basically add a new, if found the picture in region. Like, how do we do that? Because we just want to add one new of those.
Window commands.
Yeah, try if. Maybe just if else, I guess. If image found. There we go. Try that. And then, oh, it wants you to cut it already? It wants you to do the image.
Yeah.
It wants you to do that. Okay, well, you could cast it and do that then. Let's do this. Will work. We'll just re-implement it.
Cut. Then let me do
Shift F11. Yeah, cast and then hit Shift F11.
And do this. Then cut it.
Yeah, you got it. Bam.
That.
Yeah.
Do
And then
195.
Yeah, 95 is fine. That's actually a good point. If you adjust that, Clusen. Hey, Nygaard Production, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you.
Okay,
Welcome.
and there we go. Should we delete this other loop?
Wait a minute, not yet. Not yet, not yet. So, we have if found in that thing, but wait a minute, then, wait a minute. So the only problem is this isn't the same. See, it says if mouse click preview, and then yada yada. We gotta figure out then. Like, it's not quite configured right. But thank you for stopping by, Nygaard Productions. It's cool to see you. We're doing some troubleshooting. We're trying to get this bot working for him.
And now time to search the picture.
Zordlox here has been we started getting on this tangent, and now we're trying to figure this out. So, so how do we do this? So, where to search the picture? What to do when the picture is found? Let me see that. What to do again?
Where does he see it? Move
the mouse picture and click. That says that. Is there another option beside do nothing? That's it. Okay, hit OK. Let's see what that looks like. I think that'll fix it. Okay. That's right. Right. So, keystroke F, then loop forever. Wait till the picture is found. You gotta capture the picture again. The lighting's gonna change again. And then the similarity, you might want to do 90%. I think actually even 75 would probably work well because they're so different. The red from the blue is gonna be almost opposite. Yeah, they'll probably be 10% the same. So
let's go edit loop.
Yeah.
Edit action.
No, not the loop. The if found picture. Yeah.
Then change it to 75.
Yeah, just try that. Yeah. And it's again, the position should be okay. Now, now we need to add the keystroke. Now, under that else, I'm surprised why it isn't showing that. What I guess I don't understand is why is it not showing the coordinates like in the other one? And if you have any questions, Nygaard Productions, please let us know. We're if you're kind of jumping in the middle of what we're doing here. I'm happy to answer any questions. So the idea here is once. Let's try. I mean, that picture should be fine. If maybe it's a good it's fine that it's not showing those coordinates, but the next step would be
editing. Is it? Oh, it's searching for the picture.
Oh, scan the picture. Oh, there we go.
Should we delete this one and add one like this?
No, yeah. See, look that picture. Wait a minute. Look in the go up to that top one, the if found picture. We just got to edit the region. It looks like if you edit that one, and then see the entire screen where to search the picture. This is where we slide it down. This is perfect. Yeah, right there. Right below it a little bit. There we go. That one. Search for the entire screen. Search from a picture in a specific region. And then do a little square around there. Right where it's going to, somewhere close to where you know it's going to be in there. The bobber's going to be in there, but just limit it there. Yeah, perfect. Right around there. There we go. That way, because the smaller that is, the faster it will run. And then, perfect. Double click to confirm region. That should work. Way to go, Clusen. We move you. Yeah, but you moved your mouse. But that might have made it not work. Once you move your position, if you ever move your mouse, you have to figure out.
If I didn't move my position, it would have gone right here.
Yeah, I know. Again, the only problem is we don't know if it's in the position. Really, you're gonna have to. I think that's fairly good. I mean, you're gonna be basing it off that little circle there, right? That's pretty much where you want to go after. So I would always, as long as that's in the middle, I think that's probably fairly good. Let's try it out. So now the last step here. This could work for now the way it is. I think it's pretty good. We can tweak the region.
Should we do this? Remove search region?
No, that's fine. The search region is probably good enough. You need that search region, otherwise it's going to search the entire screen. And any time it finds red, for example, this guy, that would trigger it. You got to limit it to that area, right?
But I got an idea.
No, I think it's fine the way it was configured. I think you had it perfect. I wouldn't change anything. That's fine. Do nothing. Okay. Now go back. We just need add one more here. Yeah. If we add under the else, not if, but the else below it, right? Add one more. Add action, keyboard action. Keystroke. And then F, yeah. And I don't think the timing really matters that much. And we're probably going to have to... Okay, beautiful. Now, after while... And, oh, wait a minute. We got some problems here. Get rid of this... Get rid of next and if found and out, you know what I mean?
Get rid of next?
Yeah.
Not be deleted.
Oh, while true. Okay, never mind. That's okay. Never mind. Leave that there. Then go down to 4. Get rid of 4. And then, yep, it's okay. And then that's right. Okay, so look, let's look at the logic, right? Yeah, I think this works, right? You make it a picture not found and then scan for another picture. Yeah, Dragon, we're actually that was kind of what we were looking for. The way we're doing it now is we're looking in the small region, right? In that region, we're looking for a red. As long as we find it, we're looping, and as long as we find it, it's fine. But the moment it jumps out of the way, it's doing that thing again. Was it jumping around like that? See, again, you got to keep the camera. There's got to be some way to lock the camera in this game because if the camera moves, it's going to screw everything up. It's got to be like, I think it's the camera's got to be like in one position. It's very finicky.
I know why. Because I had it repeat once.
Ah. And now we got 1 second. Okay, here's the problem. Wait a minute. We got all these delays here, right? While true. My concern is that this while is going to loop at 1 second at a time. That's not going to work. We want to loop this like every 50 seconds. I would change that to 50. I suspect that's what that means, yeah. Okay. Keystroke 1000 is fine. If a picture, I would, again, make all these 50. The rest of them from here down, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. The only delay we want is at the beginning after we cast to make sure give a little time to get the bobber out there. Is everyone following the log? Does anyone disagree or you know, we on the right path there? If anyone has, again, Clusen's been great, so if anyone else has some suggestions, ideas, or comments or critiques, let us know.
50, 50, 50.
Right. The idea, my concern is that we don't want, like, you know, we basically want it to be looping super fast. If those are slow, we don't want it to be like a second, then a second, then a second, then a second. Well, it's supposed to be looping many times a frame.
Should we try it now?
Yeah, let's try it out. Waiting to see if the picture in region. Waiting for picture to appear. Oh. I don't get that. I don't get why the screen moves. Like that? Is that just random presses or like...
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. How is the, Yeah, that's weird because we're not telling it. Wait, we not, you know what I mean? We're not telling it to make mouse clicks, right?
Oh, we could do this. Record a mouse and keyboard action.
Yeah.
Look.
The problem with it, well, yeah, I know. That's the thing is the problem with that is that it's going to be based on specific timing. And that's basically the solution we had before, right? If you wanted to actually pull up when that image is not there, you know, you can...
We're so close. Okay. So end if...
See, we effectively don't, like Dragon would send, Dragon Cinder, what you were asking, couldn't you make the picture not found? If you think about it, if else, right, without anything in between it, that's, in terms of Boolean algebra, that's the same, it sounds like what you're saying, right? Which means if it's not, it's saying if it's not there, then do F. Do nothing until it's not there anymore, right? Which is because we're looking for the absence of a bobber. You could also like say, look for the water, and then when that's gone, because the bobber's there, and you reverse the logic. But I think it should work either way. It's not like, yeah, you know, one way of the Boolean should work fine, but it looks like it's to me easier to not find the red in a small sea of blue than, you know. I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. Again, I'm lost here. It's why it would what I don't understand is where those key presses, like where the screen, why it's moving around the screen. That doesn't, because this script has nothing to do with the other script, like nothing to do with it, right? We just completely created a new script from scratch and configured every single step along the way and got rid of all the original steps that were there, and yet it's still doing the same sequence of moves. Does that make sense to anyone, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is the mouse moving? We don't tell it to move the mouse at all. All we tell it to do is like do a key, do a key.
My hand's off the mouse.
Right. Right?
Let's see if it goes back to it.
I don't know. Did you get a fish?
Oh, I think I know why.
Hmm? What do you think?
It's because it's in the region. Like, what is it? Anytime you have the region click, it does that. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And anytime it says picture in region, then you have corners. It always moves.
Oh, it moves to the corners.
Yeah.
Oh,
So what if we mouse position?
Yeah, you could do it that way. That probably actually works better. You'd have to enter it in every time, but that would actually probably work. And so we just got to assign it. You got to cast it and figure out. And then again, you can never move. Once you move the mouse at all, it's never going to work. It's the you got to reconfigure it.
Like that?
Yeah, now hit
And
Shift F11, right? Whatever it is. Configure it.
okay. Then play.
Oh well, no, you can't have them cast it before you play, right? The question was no, you got to tell it what position is what I'm saying. We still got to configure it to know what position. You got to cast it and then never move again. Oh, it's too late. Like once you move, your position means nothing anymore, right? And if you're gonna find out where the position is, you got to keep it like in one spot. You cast a line, and then you go back up to that step and you use the first cast to configure where you to look. And then you don't move your guy and you don't move anything, and then you should be able to run it. And as long as it's looking for that position, right? You see what I'm saying? It's very dependent on you accidentally never touching your mouse or anything like that. But it's very, I don't know of any other real way to do this other than if that region isn't working. If the region's going to make the mouse move, and that's just the way the interface interacts with this game, I don't know you can do much about that other than. But it seems like it should just read the screen. So bring up the configuration, like edit that, right click and edit so it's ready there. Right, have that up and go. And then from current mouse position, right? Wait a minute, we've got wait a minute. From mouse position, how do you set the picture? Like how do you see that doesn't make any sense. But from the current mouse position, the mouse position has to be where you select the thing. Like does that not make any sense to anyone why they would have that input? Like how can like the input's always going to be where like where the current mouse position is always going to be over this search picture thing.
Want to try the entire screen?
Yeah, you could try that. I don't think that'll work though because again, it's going to find red other places. Anytime it finds red, that little guy is going to cause you problems, I suspect.
I'll turn it off.
Oh yeah, try that. That might work.
Oh, I need to actually put it on.
No, that actually should work though because now we're just looking for red anywhere in the screen. It's finding it. It's working. It's working. Look at it. Look at it go. It's go. You guys can't see. Hold on one sec. Sorry. Sorry about that. Oops. Sorry. Wait. OBS. Where am I? FaceTime. You can see it. See it working down there?
Mhm.
It's still looping. It's still looping. Let's see if it goes away. I think this is gonna work. I really do. Does it pull it up? No. So it's still finding it there. We're really close though. You see how it was working? And it's still looping. Yeah. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Stop. We got a problem here. We got one more thing. We got this next at the end. We got to do like an end after that next. I think there's got to be some way to tell it to stop. Oh, end if. Wait a minute. Else keystroke F. If picture pound. See, it seems to keep finding the picture. That's interesting.
And variable statement maybe.
No, wait a minute. Let me think about this. Let me try it again because I think the problem is. Let me see. Just try running it one more time. I want to see how. I want to see it again. I want to watch reading down there and see how it goes. So it's looking. But again, I don't know which position it's looking in. I think the problem is oh no, it's looking in the entire screen, right? And that's fine. But when this goes away, I want to see it bob. Boom. Okay, see, it's not triggering. Okay. The last problem we have with this thing is that if you look here, again, it's configuring. It's still not finding it. I think you got to do that region thing, but I don't. I think it's probably. You know what you could also try is just try the whole bobber. Like try to take a bigger picture instead of just the. Oh, is it only going to allow? It only really allows you to do one pixel, right?
Let's try it.
Oh, cut bitmap from screen. Yeah.
We can add a picture of it. So what if we take a screenshot of it and then cut it down?
Yeah, I mean the only problem is Wait a minute. Loretta said we're looking at the entire screen. Oh, wait a minute. What to do when the picture is found? We do nothing. That's the problem. Let's go back to what to do when the picture is found. Just,
Move mouse to the picture.
no. Just, no.
Oh, you know what we could do? We can move it to the pictures and say...
But we don't want it to do that. That's what I don't get. I think the do nothing means that it's going to go... When the picture is found... Wait a minute. Wait a minute a sec. I got it. Let's go back to the script for a second. Back into the else. So I think what's happening here... See, that's what I don't get it. Yeah, it should do nothing. It's fine. Because
but
then...
what if we made it so... It moves... When a picture is found, the mouse moves to the mouse. And then when it sees the mouse, it presses F.
I don't know if that'll work. We can try it. My concern is that it's going to screw up the coordinate system again. You know what I mean? By moving the mouse. It's tricky. It's tricky. It's tricky to come up with something that's going to work in every scenario. I think you're on the right path here. The problem is specifically that region thing. Like it's doing what we want, and it looks like in the video we saw that that's what he was doing. He was selecting a region and saying look in here, and then when it's no longer there, you know, the logic is sound. It's just that it's not working the way we expect, and I think that we might need to look in the documentation a little bit. Would be my feeling. You know, I might have to research this a little bit. I'll tell you what though. Wait a minute. What time we got? Sorry, 1 second. Oh, wow. It's getting kind of late. All right. I'll tell you what. I hate to cut you off, but do you think we could pick this up in the morning? Are you around tomorrow?
Yeah.
So I'd be happy to, again, we'll do tech support Tuesday. Okay? And again, I'll help you figure this out. What I'm going to do, though, is tonight, I want to read up on the documentation because we're kind of fighting blind here. And I'm not good with applications. Like, again, I'm more of a programmer and scripter. I understand the code, way to do this in code. I don't know how to use the interface, so I probably need to go through the manuals and poke around, and I suspect that I can figure it out.
Okay.
We're really, really close, and I suspect that it has either something to do with that similarity, the region, but the key is to get it to work without moving the mouse around. And if we can, because that I think is what the problem is, and Clusen is I think concurs with me.
What if we did this to maybe 10%?
Oh no, that won't work. I would do like 90%. Try at least 90. Try 90 actually and see if that works.
Waiting for the picture to appear.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's moving again.
Yeah. Again, I don't know. I gotta read up on the documentation on this because it's doing too much of stuff I wouldn't expect. And again, I can't really.
Okay.
It's behaving on a bit, but I think we're getting close though. And I think Clusen's got the right idea. We know how we want to do it. It's just getting the app to do exactly what we want. Mm-hmm. Right? And you got the right idea. It's just, I think that there's some, you know, it's like one of those things. Normally I would just look through the API documentation, but for this we have a GUI, so we got to actually look at the manuals here. And I've gone about 45 minutes later than I meant to go, and that's fine. I've actually had a really good time doing this, and I'm really glad we had the opportunity to keep this. And we will pick this up tomorrow, guys. Yeah. If anyone wants to come, it's going to, you know, again, everyone who's been here, I really appreciate it. Me and Zordlocks are going to take another crack at this tomorrow. This is a fun diversion, and I think I'm kind of having a good time working on this. So I'm going to keep up with this. And we'll pick back up tomorrow. I'm going to be back online 10 a.m. Eastern. Fortunately, you're kind of in the same time zone, so I hope that works for you. Anytime after 10 is fine with me. I'll be around. And I think I'm going to sign off, guys. Again, thank you everyone who followed. Thank you everyone. We have a bunch of people in chat already here. This is like we're going gangbusters here. So please feel free to tell your friends and come on back. I'm going to be back online tomorrow at 10 a.m. If I can, I might stream some games tonight. I'm definitely going to be on Diablo too. I mean, it's Season 4 Diablo D3, so I don't know if anyone is up there. You want to play some Diablo, I'll be online tonight, I think, later. Awesome. Okay, so again, I'm sorry I have to cut you off, and I'm sorry that we didn't get to finish this, but we will pick this up tomorrow again. And we'll talk about, once we get it working, we'll make a highlight and put it up, we'll put an English YouTube version of this so that maybe it'll help someone else, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys, thank you. I'm going to signing off. Again, this is Debauch Sloth. This is my development cast. What do we got? Again, we'll be signing back on Tuesday tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We appreciate everyone who came by, everyone who followed. You guys are helping making my dreams come true, and I really appreciate it, and I hope to see you tomorrow. So signing off for the evening, and we'll pick it up tomorrow. Thanks again, guys. Take